maybe 5 minutes or so, or longer.
Perfect.
So yeah, 5 minutes.
Cool.
We set aside 15 minutes for this whole, getting going part.
So we might start a little bit late. Maybe we'll start 5 minutes or so late, just because people are going to be coming in still.
Yeah, no problem. Like I said, a couple minutes, 3 minutes maybe. I don't even think I'll take the full 5.
Okay. Sounds great. Looks like people are starting to join us. Mike, are you aware, as we get more and more participants, I'm just wondering if we'll still be able to see everyone's videos? I guess we'll just have to wait and see how it goes.
Yeah, I don't know. I know it's on Google Meets, it's more of a constraint. And I think the upper limit are 250 attendees, and bandwidth becomes a real issue.
Right.
I don't know about WebEX. I think WebEX has more bandwidth, which is why they kind of go there. I was on a meeting with Teams, and that actually went pretty well. And on my personal computer, I did a Zoom, and actually, I think Zoom works really well if they ever can get the security bugs worked out.
I wish we could use Zoom. Zoom is very user-friendly.
Yep, I like Zoom a lot.
And it was the Civic Business News' leadership conference a couple of weeks ago, and most of the community uses Zoom, and you can standardize how they set up the panels. So if they ever get around those security issues, I think it's and we stay in this format, I think it's a good vehicle to try and bring in.
Yeah. Hopefully one day we'll be able to use it. Just so you guys know, I'm recording this. I just started the recording, Dawn.
Okay.
So we'll just let people join in. I see our first presenter is on, Dane.
Very good.
Good. Mike, I was saying we need elevator music for this while we're waiting for people to come in.
Sure,
thanks for joining us.
that can be accommodated, can't it?
Could probably just place it on my computer. This is elevator music.
It sounded like white noise.
Can you hear it?
I can hear it.
Hi, Tehani. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, everyone. Even though it's 8 o'clock, we're going to wait a few minutes because people are still trickling in. So stand by.
Sounds good. I'm happy to see we have a lot of people joining us. Hey, Sonoma.
Hello.
We'll just give it a few more minutes and let people trickle in. Wow, we have 53 people joining us. That's awesome.
Do we give it a few more minutes, Ali, or what do you think?
It's 8:03. I think we could probably go ahead and get started.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks for.
Summer.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Don Kobayashi. I'm a fishery biologist in NOAA Fisheries Science Center, Ecosystem Sciences Division, and I want to welcome you to the 11th Annual Summer Intern Symposium. We've been doing these since 2010 or so, but this is the first year we're going 100% virtual. And I want to mention that we wouldn't be able to pull this off without the capable help either up front or behind the scenes. We have myself, Ali Bayless, and Leon Geschwin helping mobilize this event. Like I said, this is the first year we're completely virtual. One year we had one virtual presentation from the Big Island, which we all thought was a major accomplishment. We all patted ourselves on the back. Little did we know what was laying ahead of us, which is now 100% virtual. So today we have 3 sessions of 4, 5, and 4 talks going. We'll have 2 15-minute breaks, one at 9:15 and one at 10:45. The speaking slots are 15 minutes each, and at the 12-minute mark, if I'm on top of things, there'll be a audible alert to indicate please wrap up your talks, and so we can proceed to Q&A so that we can get everything done within the 15 minutes. Housekeeping, please stay muted for the duration of this event, and I think some of the admins might be able to mute you, but we may not have complete muting privilege. So it's on you to make sure your computer and your phone are muted for this event. And some people are dialing in on phone. Please make sure your phone is muted as well. We'll take Q&A after each talk via the WebEx chat box. So please type your questions into the chat box. You'll see the icon at the bottom of your screen. And a moderator will be doing the reading of your question to the presenter, and the presenter will then respond. So you don't have to ever unmute yourselves. Only the presenters will be dealing with that. Ali, did I leave out any housekeeping rules?
Nope, I think you covered everything. I just wanted to mention to the interns, if you guys are able to have your video playing while you present, that'd be really helpful. It's always nice to see your faces. So that's all I wanted to add.
Yeah, good point. And anybody and everybody can turn on their video feeds if they so desire. Okay, so before we start with presentations, we are honored to have the NOAA Fisheries Science Center Director, Dr. Michael Secchi here, and he's going to give some opening remarks. And I would like to point out that Mike has hardly ever been able to attend our events because of just bad luck timing conflicts. And so we're indeed very lucky to have Mike here, and hopefully he can stay and enjoy some of the great science you'll be sharing as we go along. So take it away, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Don. Aloha, good morning, and welcome to the 2020 NOAA Pacific Islands Summer Intern Symposium. As Don said, I'm really honored to be able to provide some opening remarks this year, because in the past few years, whether it's travel or other conflicts, I've been unfortunately missing this symposium, which I place a lot of value on. In this challenging COVID-impacted world, I too would like to start by commending and thanking the symposium organizers, Leon, Don, and Ali, as Don had mentioned, for their perseverance in putting this assembly together. I know it's a very different operation than what would have been if we were all there in person. While the symposium is being conducted virtually, I'd wager that we've all become quite accustomed to virtual meetings. And while the venue is not ideal in some respects, it has its upsides, including enabling an ease to attend, which without question we've seen increased participation and attendance at seminars and other gatherings. So that's been a really good thing. To the participating interns, I hope that the summer experience with your respective projects have proved to be a valued investment of your time and efforts. Every year, I'm so impressed with the ingenuity and drive brought on by the interns. Even if I haven't been able to attend, I'm aware of what the projects have all taken on. I personally see these internships as tremendous opportunities for students to get a glimpse into the world of NOAA, and hopefully plant a seed for possible career opportunities. It was with great regret that we at the Science Center did not have our annual summer internship for COVID reasons. And we're looking forward next year to kind of start that back up again. The agenda looks great. I look forward to hearing your folks' talks and experiences. I'll be here. So with that, have a wonderful symposium. And I'll turn it back to the MCs to get the show on the road. So thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mike. That was great. And we're really pleased to have you here this year. And we also are recording this. So if anyone has to leave and they really wish they had seen a certain talk, if everything works properly, not too long after this event, we should have a recording available for you to enjoy and circulate to others who wish to see it. We're a little ahead of agenda, but I'm going to go ahead and get started, and hopefully everyone's ready. So our first speaker today is Dane Sobel. He's from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. He is a Pathways intern working for the National Weather Service. And with that said, it's all yours, Dane.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Dane. I am a Pathways intern. My background is in civil and environmental engineering. I study at the University of, and my research project this summer was to compile maritime and vertical evacuation tsunami guidance for domestic and international communities for the information, the tsunami, excuse me, the International Tsunami Information Center. So the first set of documents that I compiled, why do we have maritime guidance? Well, when a tsunami is entering a harbor, boats can be tossed and turned around, as you can see in these two images. This was a severe example in the 2011 tsunami in Japan. And then also as an interesting note, if you ever look in the Matson containers in Honolulu Harbor, there's only 2 feet of clearance of water level from the bottom of the boat to the ocean floor. And so oftentimes in a tsunami, boats will get stranded in the harbor, or they'll get pushed on top of, over the docks. And another researcher from the University of Hawaii, Dr. Fai Chung, he compiled sources, like he wanted to measure the water level along Honolulu Harbor and Kehiu Lagoon from different locations. And so for an Aleutian source tsunami, he found the maximum water level is for magnitude 8.4 earthquake is, as you can see in this left diagram here. And then in the middle drawing, you can see the maximum drawdown, or the lowest level of water. And then you can see on the right drawing what the maximum current speed is. And so if you know what the maximum water level is, the minimum water level is, and what the speed of the water is, you can plan for, if you can decide if boats should be evacuated or not. And then this is for Kamchatka, another source of tsunamis that commonly come to Hawaii. And then this is also for a Chile source. You can see, it's kind of interesting, you can see how much greater, how much more severe a Chile source tsunami is compared to a Kamchatka source. So the severity of the tsunami, is, you can indicate that from the magnitude and the location of the tsunami. For the minimum water level depth to avoid minor damage, a few researchers at the National Tsunami Hazard Mitigation Program in California, they compiled a table for what is the minimum depth of water that you can take your boat to avoid damage in a tsunami. And so we can see in this table here, we're given a list of states. And then for a distant source tsunami, if a distant source tsunami is if the tsunami arrives at least 2 hours away. And if your ship is in the harbor and you have a distant tsunami, you need to take your boat 50 fathoms in Hawaii. And then local source, where the tsunami can arrive in as little as 10 to 15 minutes, also 50 fathoms for Hawaii. And they also recommend, if you are a recreational or commercial boat owner, because of inexperiences with boating, they recommend you do not take your vessel offshore before or during a tsunami. It's just safer for everyone. Okay, moving on to vertical evacuation structures. So what is a vertical evacuation structure? Well, it's a tsunami. It's a building that people can run into when there's a tsunami. So engineers will design buildings to resist tsunami loads using this American Society of Civil Engineers 716 standard, Chapter 6. And so if the building code, if you can design a building to resist the tsunami, you can save lives, because people are going to run into a building when there's a tsunami. So this is some of my background research on why you want to vertically evacuate. Oftentimes, we don't have enough time to run to high ground. When there's a local tsunami, it can arrive in as little as 15 minutes. So you will have very little warning, and oftentimes, bridges can be washed away or closed. And so, if you're on an island and there's a bridge connecting to the mainland, if that bridge isn't working, you're stuck. And so you have to evacuate into a building. And also, a lot of people tend to use the road all at once when there's a tsunami. And so a lot of roads will get congested with people and cars. And so sometimes you just have to run into a building when there's a tsunami. Also, it's not easily accessible for vulnerable people. You have hospital patients, elderly, children, people with disabilities. They're very immobile, and you need to have a building that, like, if you need to design the buildings that house these people to resist tsunami loads. And then also people tend to seek refuge in buildings. Just psychologically, if someone is already in a building, like in a tall building, they will probably want to stay there as opposed to running down and evacuating into a different area. So this is a map from that Dr. Robertson, structural engineer at University of Hawaii, presented. This is a map of the 2011 tsunami in Japan. And so you can see in this diagram, this red line is where the tsunami level actually reached in the town. And you can see the yellow circles here is some of the buildings that people took refuge in. And there's this tsunami arrived 20 to 30 minutes after the earthquake occurred. And as you can see in this diagram here, or this picture, the Matsubara apartment 2007, this building was used as a vertical evacuation structure that saved a lot of lives. People took refuge in here. You can see it on this wider picture here, the Matsubara apartment. I don't know if I have 20 to 30 minutes to make it to high ground if I was in this area. And so, and then also this, let me try and make a, oops, sorry. Yeah, and then bridges were washed away, and so there's no way for you to cross from this mainland to high ground over here. So you're gonna have to run all the way over here to get to high ground. Okay, now how does this apply to us in Hawaii? Well, recently adopted, all new buildings in Hawaii, if it's in a tsunami evacuation zone, it has to follow this standard. It has to be designed to resist tsunami loads. But it's not every single new building. It's only essential, critical, or high occupancy, and buildings with a highest floor above 45 feet. And so what are essential buildings? Well, essential buildings are hospitals, emergency operations centers, hazardous material facilities, and vertical evacuation structures. These types of buildings have to be in continuous operation, and it's expected that people are going to seek refuge in here. So they have to be usable afterwards, after the tsunami. And for critical or high occupancy buildings, think of power plants, wastewater treatment plants, schools. We have the Hawaii Convention Center or the Neil Blaisdell Center. These may be damaged in a tsunami, but repairs can quickly fix these facilities. And then for the buildings with the highest usable floor of 45 feet, that's where, like, if the occupants live on 45 feet high, that's the usable floor. And so these buildings will be severely damaged after a tsunami. So there's gonna have to be major overhaul and repair, but the building's not gonna fall down. So it's important to note that only the city and county of Honolulu has adopted this criteria to apply to buildings higher than 45 feet. Okay. Now, specifically for my research, I compiled all of the research pertaining to vertical evacuation structures and ports and harbors for maritime guidance. And so this is a diagram of how I organized the International Tsunami Information Center's website. So I divided the research into ocean categories. I identified, how many research articles I found for each ocean. So, for example, the Pacific Ocean, I found 51 sources for vertical evacuation. And the Atlantic Ocean, which includes Europe and Africa, I only found 3 sources. And so this is an example on the website, how I organized it. Okay. And then another side project that I did at the Tsunami Information Center, I created word searches and mazes using Adobe Illustrator. And so this is to inform the next generation of children. I feel the best way to teach people is to start with elementary students. And I kind of created word searches to teach some of the key words for vertical evacuation. And so you can see in this drawing, I have a sign of what a typical vertical evacuation signage looks like. And then you can see people going into buildings in this picture. Then my future goals is to finish compiling maritime guidance references, post the info article on Tsunami Info to summarize the current status of vertical evacuation and maritime guidance in the USA and around the world, and include an accompanying PowerPoint. Okay, so thank you. This is my email, and this is a link to the website where the references will be posted. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Dane. That was great. And this is where everybody at home is clapping, but unfortunately you can't hear them. Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
You may have noticed that Ali pasted a mentor statement for Dane into the chat box. So while you're drafting your question and typing in the chat box, I just wanted to point out that we will be putting mentor statements off to the right in the chat area. So please be sure to check that out. And at the end, we'll post a link where you can see all of them at once in case you missed any of the mentor statements. But all the mentors were very appreciative of having their interns, and they wrote a bunch of nice stuff that you should make sure you read. So let's see, do we have any questions? Any questions?
So I just wanted to hop in, Don. So we
Sure.
have not had any questions. Lots of congratulations, Dane. I just wanted to say it's been such a pleasure having you. For those of you that aren't aware, we've had a whole slew of different webinar opportunities for the interns, and Dane's been at every single one, and his participation has been really nice. It's been fun to get to know him virtually, and I really like the fact that you're creating some of that content for kids, because I think, a lot of us just aren't, we hear that the siren every month, but we're not really aware of, what a tsunami might entail. And so it's really nice to start at a young age, teaching that in a fun way. So I really like that you did that. everyone's saying applause, great job, bravo, right on. And we're actually ahead of schedule. So if anybody has any questions, let us know. Otherwise, I'll have Dane stop sharing his screen and we'll get going with our next presentation.
And for anyone that came in late, the protocol for this event is we're taking Q&A via the chat, the WebEx chat. So please type your questions over to the right side once you enable the chat window, and a moderator will read the question to the presenter. I see someone might have unmuted themselves. If they were prepared to ask a question, maybe they could type it over in the chat box. And seeing no questions, well, thanks a lot, Dane.
Thank you, everyone.
Up next, we have something a little bit different. This is going to be a joint talk between two interns working on a similar project, and they will be alternating speaking roles during one single presentation, taking 30 minutes. They're using 2 time slots. We have Sheldon Rosa from the University of Hawaii at Hilo, an EPP MSI intern working with the National Ocean Service. And his partner today will be Ariel Blacklow. She is from Harvard, a Hollings intern working with NOAA Fisheries Science Center. Without further ado, take it away, Sheldon and Ariel.
Great. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm gonna turn on my video camera right now. All right. Can everybody see my screen?
Looks great. Nice to
Okay.
see you, Sheldon.
Nice to see you guys. All right. So here we go. All right. Can everybody see the screen? All right. Ariel, you can take it away.
Okay, hi everyone. My name's Ariel Blacklow, and I'm a 2019 to 2021 NOAA Hollings Scholar. Unfortunately, I have pretty unstable Wi-Fi, so I'm actually gonna turn off my video for the presentation, but it's great to see everyone, and this is me.
All right. Thank you, Ariel. My name is Sheldon Rosa. I'm a 2019 NOAA EPP MSI scholar. I worked together with Ariel this summer, and we worked to pilot the process of identifying marine cultural keystone species in the Hawaiian archipelago.
So this project was under the jurisdiction of the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, otherwise known as NOAA, and I worked particularly within the Pacific Islands Fisheries Science Center under the mentorship of Kirsten Leong.
While I worked with the Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument under the mentorship of Kalani Kyocho. Danica Kleber and Randy Kosaki also provided guidance throughout this project.
So to begin with some background, which may be familiar to some of you, NOAA's Pacific Islands Fisheries Science Center manages actually the largest geographical area within NOAA's fisheries U.S. jurisdiction. And as you can see from this map, the region is bounded by the Hawaiian archipelago in the north, American Samoa and U.S. Pacific remote island areas in the south, and then the Mariana Archipelago in the west. And the U.S. Exclusive Economic Zone, or EEZ, within the region includes more than 1.7 million square nautical miles of ocean, which, to put into perspective, is nearly equal to the total EEZ of the whole continental U.S. plus Alaska. But for this project, we honed in on the Hawaiian archipelago as a starting point for creating a framework to identify marine cultural keystone species. So within the Hawaiian archipelago, NOAA conducts research, monitoring, and analysis of resource systems, both in coastal and offshore waters, in order to provide the scientific foundation for informed and effective implementation of ecosystem-based management and conservation. And this includes coral reef assessment, fisheries monitoring, and protected species programs such as the Hawaiian monk seal research program, among many other efforts.
In particular, within the Hawaiian archipelago, this outline region shows Papahānaumokuākea Marine National Monument, which is the largest conservation area in the country and encompasses more than 500,000 square miles surrounding the northwestern Hawaiian Islands. It consists of small islands, atolls, and a complex array of shallow coral reefs and deepwater environments. These ecosystems support a diversity of life with more than 7,000 species, many of which are endemic and all of which represent the natural and cultural heritage of Native Hawaiians. The name Papahānaumokuākea honors two Hawaiian ancestors from antiquity. Papahānaumoku is Earth Mother, who gives birth to the islands from the oceanic womb, and Wakea is Sky Father, the expanse and standard for time and space. Their union birthed the Hawaiian archipelago and the Hawaiian people. The name Papahānaumokuākea symbolizes Native Hawaiians' kinship and responsibility to care for Hawaii. The cultural keystone species concept is a metaphorical parallel to the ecological keystone species concept, where it brings the social and natural systems together, reinforcing that Kanaka or humans are a part and interact with their surrounding environment, highlighting the different roles that CKS plays in cultural keystone species, cultural structure and functioning. An example would be how salmon is a culturally significant species to Native American tribal communities.
So to dive a little bit further into the technical foundation of cultural keystone species, CKS is based on the biological keystone species concept, which Sheldon mentioned, and this explains that certain species within an ecosystem play a more dominant role in that ecosystem stability. So as you can see in the figure on the bottom right, a keystone component can be thought of as the central point of a bridge, which, if you were to remove, would collapse the whole bridge or the ecosystem. But cultural keystone species is embedded in a broader understanding of the human relationship with nature as this coupled social ecological system that Sheldon was talking about, such that CKS actually serve as contextual underpinnings of a culture. And as you can see, Winter et al. In his 2018 paper visually describes how certain taxa, such as taxa A here, may overlap with certain cultural practices, such as an offering. And when these units co-occur, it can provide insight into the significance of that species within the culture. And this is really similar to what we tried to pilot in the study conducted this summer.
We use traditional ecological knowledge to fulfill the monument's mission, to integrate management, ensure ecological integrity, and to protect the northwestern Hawaiian Island ecosystems. Native Hawaiian culture and heritage resources for current and future generations. This traditional ecological knowledge helps to build a cultural construct of different fish species and also allows us to account for the indigenous management techniques that were used back in the day.
So NOAA's motivation behind taking on this project is also grounded in the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which is the primary law governing marine fisheries management in the U.S. federal waters. And this includes the consideration of impacts on fishing communities through this National Standard 8 that you can see here, such that NOAA must provide, one, for the sustained participation of such communities, and two, to the extent practicable, minimize adverse economic impacts to these communities. And so in terms of applying this project, we aim to combine NOAA's ecosystem-based fishery management plan with Papahānaumokuākea's Marine National Monument traditional ecological approach. And this helped us develop an adaptive fishery co-management technique in order down the road to protect, in this case, cultural keystone species for the Hawaiian archipelago.
The Kumulipo is the most well-known Hawaiian creation chant, which consists of 16 va or intervals of time and or space with over 2,000 lines that is separated into two realms where creation started in darkness or the immortal realm, which articulates the birth of different organisms and moves into the light or the mortal realm of Ao, where the Kanaka or humans emerge, and more than 10,000 Hawaiian family lineages are mentioned in this Ao. This duality aspect of Poanawas is commonly portrayed within the Kumulipo, where there are relationships not only between light and dark, but between land and sea, where we have an example over here with these two different species. that share the name Kawila. So we have the Kawila, which is a viper eel that is Makai or seaward, and we have the Kawila tree, which is Mauka or uplands. And one connection that these two species share in this duality is their appearance with these characteristics. So talking more about dualities, Kealopolohiva Akane, or the Tropic of Cancer, separates the Hawaiian archipelago in half. And reflecting off of the Po'anao aspect, we have the Papahanaumokuakea in Po and our main Hawaiian islands in Ao, where we can see the dualities between it, where our ancestral islands are returning back to the oceanic womb, while our mortal islands are still living and green and lush. Another key component of this project was teamwork and collaboration as seen in the Po and Ao aspects of the Kumulipo that we discussed earlier. We found a similar contrast reflected throughout this project. For example, on the one hand, Papahanaumokuakea integrates traditional ecological knowledge in its mandate, as discussed earlier,
which is in contrast to the Western science perspective that NOAA uses in its fishery management through ecosystem-based fisheries.
Additionally, our own roles in this project differed. I worked closely with the Kumulipo.
Well, I worked more closely with NOAA's management documents.
And me and Ariel also had different backgrounds. I am Native Hawaiian coming from Kahalu'u, Oahu, and I'm pursuing a double major in marine science and Hawaiian studies. And I focus more on the culture and Hawaiian language side.
Whereas I'm from Boston and I'm studying environmental engineering as well as environmental public policy, so was able to bring some more of the technical background to our research. But ultimately, these differences in our backgrounds, as well as the broader theory and application throughout this project, connected really important perspectives. And our teamwork, balancing Po and Ao, was essential to the success of this project. So to get a little bit more into the orientation of our pilot study, I'm going to walk through various aspects or components of it, which we will expand on throughout our whole presentation. So first, to begin evaluating the approach for CKS identification, Sheldon recorded species appearing in the Kumulipo, and simultaneously I examined NOAA's management documents for currently protected marine species. And then we compared these two lists and created a comprehensive data dictionary that would help us understand the need for management in certain areas and that we could apply in Provalis, which was the text mining software we used. Additionally, though, we needed to identify documents that would give insight into the species relationship within Hawaiian culture. So Sheldon will talk more about these documents just in a moment, but we ultimately chose to analyze a significant Hawaiian text on fishing traditions called Ka Oihana Lewaia. And inputting the species data dictionary and Ka Oihana Lewaia into Provalis, the next step was to automatically code for species within the text, and then to check to see how well the program performed. And in addition, we manually input codes related to the context of each species that appeared. So ultimately, this allowed us to see the frequency of a given species within Ka Oihana Lewaia, as well as understand quantitatively how each species was occurring with certain themes. These are often called context codes, and some examples are monetary value, religion, spirituality, or generational knowledge, among many others.
So, as Ariel mentioned earlier, there was over 140 species that were identified within the Kumulipo that we used as a foundation to build the data dictionaries that we wanted to code within Ka'oihana Lewaia. Talking more about the book Ka'oihana Lewaia, it is a collection of articles written in the newspapers in 1902 by David Kaha'ulelio. Some background about Hawaiian language newspapers is that they were printed from 1834 to 1948 and totals more than 1 million pages of text. So it is believed to be the largest indigenous repository in the world. Highlighting the Hawaiian nation, they were at a time prolific writers where they documented stories, histories, genealogies, political views, and traditions of Hawaii within newspapers. The Hawaiian nation was also the most literate nation in the world, with a literacy rate of 95%. After the 1893 overthrow of the Hawaiian monarchy and the illegalization of the Hawaiian language, there were detrimental impacts to the Hawaiian nation and the literacy rates. In the early 1980s, there was a Hawaiian language renaissance or revitalization movement where people looked to the Hawaiian newspapers as scholarly work. NOAA has also partaken in this to expand their information on the 1871 hurricane event through the hurricane narratives and descriptions that were in the New Pepa. So, So we needed to build a data dictionary, which is a set of terms that we programmed the software to identify within the text, where we then coded and referred back to the data dictionary to apply meaning. This is an iterative process that looks something like this. Each species in the Kumulipo was searched in the Pukewehewehe online dictionary, where we looked at all of the definitions and inputted them into the data dictionary. A great example would be the Opelu fish, where we found alternate names for the Opelu species, as well as different species that share the name Opelu, like the Mono Opelu Kalo or Taro variety. This plant also has contextual connections where a fisherman would use the corm of this plant as Opelu fish bait. A story was also shared about a great chief sailing to Hawaii and using the aku fish to paddle his canoe and the Opelu fish to calm the winds when the seas were rough. The Hawaiian language has two diacritical markings, the okina, which is a glottal stop, and the kahaku, which is a macron or a vowel elongator. And this wasn't generally used in the Hawaiian language newspapers, but are used frequently today to for correct pronunciation and correct meaning of the word. Sorry. A great example of this would be the word aina. So aina with the okina na kahako means land, and when we remove the kahako, we have aina that means food. And in this picture, we have our staple crop of Hawaii, which is kalo or taro, which also grows on the aina or the land. And then when you don't have any diacriticals included, we have aina, which is sexual intercourse. So the one thing that we can see that relates between all of these is that they're all life-giving forces. And we also have a poetic, Hawaiian language has a poetic nature within it, where we have this thing called kauna or hidden meaning, where we use in the last definition of aina with the EEV or the Hawaiian honey creeper inserting its beak into the flower of the mamane tree to represent the meaning of this word.
So while Sheldon was compiling the Kumulipo Data Dictionary and diving into these aspects of the Hawaiian language, I was working on putting together a similar species data dictionary based on NOAA's management documents. So I read through over 20 NOAA management documents and compiled them into a large spreadsheet that showed when and how each species occurred within a given document. I then used the Integrated Taxonomic Information System to classify each species and organize the list phylogenetically. So this is an example from the spreadsheet. As you can see, each species is phylogenetically organized on the left, and then on the right, a box is checked for each management document in which it occurs. And then the total column on the far right shows how many documents the species showed up in. And I should mention that an important step of this process was meeting with scientific experts across NOAA's Pacific Island regional office to guide and check the list that was created. But between the two lists that Sheldon and I created, we had hundreds, maybe even thousands of species and synonyms to evaluate. And so for the purposes of this pilot, we needed to narrow down this list in order to perform an analysis realistically within our time and resource constraints. So in order to do this for the management documents, we selected species that actually occurred in 6 or more management documents. And these are examples of them, the Opelu, the deep 7 bottomfish, and the leatherback turtle. But for the Kumulipo species prioritization process for our pilot study was a bit more complex. So Sheldon is going to walk through that now.
Fish that were picked for the pilot study for the Kumulipo side, they had to meet 3 criteria where they had to be in the Kumulipo one, they had to be in Ko'oihana Lawai'a, as well as have multiple synonyms and alternate names that we could code and query within the Ko'oihana text.
So based on the criteria we used to select these species for the pilot, we then identified 3 categories. So species occurring in the Kumalipo only, species occurring in the management documents only, and then species that were found in both the Kumalipo and management documents. So you can see that for the Kumalipo, as Sheldon might want to mention too, that a lot of the species are not just fish, because in the Hawaiian perspective, everything that lives in the ocean is considered fish. Whereas on the management side, there are many fish. There are a couple, the leatherback turtle and the Hawaiian monk seal, that aren't, and these are also protected species. But either way, ultimately with this final list, we were ready to move on to inputting the species dictionary into Provalis.
Instead of spearing one fish at a time, Provalis is like a throw net that will allow us to ho'ole or catch multiple fishes, being a more efficient, organized, and a systematic approach to further develop the cultural keystone species concept. To dive a little bit further into the textual analysis process, you can see here an example from the text of Ko'oihana Lawai'a. We have the aku fish, which was actually the most frequently mentioned fish in Ko'oihana Lawai'a. And going through the highlights, we have in blue, we have these are different types of lures that were used. And moving down to the red highlights or oranges highlights, we have the times of days that these lures were used. And we also learn more about the cultural value behind these lures, where we look into the green highlights and you can see how he relates it back to comparing his hook or lure to his sweetheart and taking it wherever he wanted, taking the lure with him wherever he went. And moving down, we also found dialogues and narratives within the yellow highlights, where it talks about a story between between the writer and his dad, where they talk about him losing his favorite hook, which came from the Marquesas Islands, or Nu'uhiwa.
And you can also see that there are certain species coded on the side, so there's aku and ahi, but there's also this overlapping code called mist code in red. And this actually signified Provalis failing to automatically code these species, so we had to go in and manually do it. And this was definitely one of the major limitations of using this software. So the graph at the bottom right shows the comparison between the frequency of code not missed by Provalis, which is in blue, and then the missed code by Provalis, which is in orange. And the percentages across the top of the bars show the percentage of missed codes by Provalis, which is fairly high throughout. And as you can see, both Hawaiian words such as opihi and English words such as octopus were not picked up well by Provalis. And so this made it really challenging to understand why Provalis was unreliable with this automatic coding. But this is definitely an area for future inquiry. So ultimately, as Sheldon mentioned, we really wanted to look at where the species in our data dictionary was overlapping with our context codes to understand the potential cultural implications of each species. So now I'm going to show you a set of graphs that display the co-occurrences between species and context codes for the 3 categories we discussed earlier, which are species within the Kumalipo only, species within the management documents only, and species occurring in both. So first, just to orient you, we split the graphs into so-called material value, which is in blue at the top, and then this includes codes that align somewhat with NOAA's management values, such as fishing technique, monetary value, meal and livelihood, and fish knowledge. And then additional cultural values, which is in green on the bottom, shows family, gender, religion, and spirituality, analogies, and then generational knowledge. So on the left side of the blue line that's dividing there, you can see the species that occurred in Ko'oihana Lawai'a that were only contained in the Kumalipo, while on the right, you can see the species that occurred only in the management documents. And the first thing to notice is the fact that there are a lot of species that overlap with the Kumulipo and Ka'oihanalavai'a, whereas mahi-mahi was the only species that came up in Ka'oihanalavai'a that was not also included in the Kumulipo, so it was just in the management documents. And interestingly as well, mahi-mahi significantly co-occurred with many of the material value codes, perhaps aligning more with NOAA's management values as we might expect. But if I hone in on the Kumulipo graphs for a moment, you can see that while veke and turtle were referred to in the context of fishing techniques, they did not co-occur with many or any additional cultural values. But other species such as octopus and opihi co-occurred with all of the material value context codes as well as many of the additional cultural values context codes. So finally, looking at the overlapping species, so species that were both in the management documents and Kumulipo, which for these four, so ahi, aku, apule, and opelu. Opelu really stands out as the species that co-occurred with every code displayed in both this material graph and also in the additional cultural values graph. Whereas aku was most frequently occurring in our text and co-occurred mostly with fishing technique as well as a few other additional cultural values. But ultimately, it's important to realize with all of this that these are just some examples of what the quantitative and visual analysis, how it's possible to create and understand using Provalis' software and text mining techniques. So this can help us gain insight into which species may be able to be identified as cultural keystone species down the road.
Speaking about down the road, we have many future research needs and potential directions. One of the highest priorities for us is to bring in more guidance from cultural practitioners and other experts in order to better understand the codes, language characterizations, or categorization and different methodologies and perspectives found within the culture. Furthermore, it would be extremely helpful to understand why Provalis missed so many automatic codes, as well as learning more about the capabilities of the software in the Hawaiian language newspapers. Like analyzing larger portions of the newspapers and looking into other knowledge sources through linguists, interviews with kupuna or ancestors or elders, and other literature sources. And then we want to be able to expand and apply a more extensive species data dictionary. Finally, it is important to maintain flexibility for application of this project elsewhere across the Pacific Islands, and potentially beyond, where we could use this in with other fishery science centers around the mainland, as well as the other oceanic islands within the Pacific Oceans that the fishery science centers take care of. Ooh, sorry. um, we wanted to end this off with this Olelo no Eao to express our mahalo for all the people and organizations that put their energy and effort into this journey of identifying this cultural keystone species concept. So this Olelo no Eao, or proverb, is Hala no ia la o ka pololi, and it's basically through all the guidance and the feeding and raising that our mentors and organizations that have put into us, that have helped us to grow into what we are now, and are still feeding us to grow to the people that we are. So a big shout out to NOAA's Office of Education and the EPP and Hollings Fellowship for hosting us and taking care of us and giving us this awesome opportunity.
And we'd also love to thank the offices and PMNM and PIFSC, as well as our wonderful mentors. For me, my mentor was Kirsten Leong, as well as Danica Kleber. And for Sheldon, Kalani Kyocho, who I also work closely with, and Randall Kozaki, who I as well had a wonderful time working with. So we're so thankful to everyone. And that's it.
Yeah, mahalo. Any questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Sheldon and Ariel. And this is where everyone is clapping at home. Great talk and good timing. We have time for questions. Does anyone have questions? There's a lot of stuff in the chat box. It's mostly just saying outstanding, amazing. So.
Yeah, so everybody, there's a lot of interest in this project. You guys, the fact that you used your backgrounds to complement each other, I mean, it's really incredible what you guys have done. And I think that is coming up in the chat. A lot of congrats. This is amazing. This one in particular makes me very proud. The inclusion of Hawaiian culture and extremely important to the success of NOAA's work in the islands. Mahalo nui. I wanted to read another one. There's so many in the chat box now. Very impressive work. I really appreciate the collaboration between you both and the way you integrated and compared sources of information, traditional knowledge, and Western science. Super well done. I'm inspired. So yeah, man, there's a lot of really great comments coming in. We did have a question from Adam Ayers that I saw back there, if I can find it. Sorry, I'm scrolling through a bunch of comments.
I think I found it. How do you think the automatic coding software could be improved?
Thank you.
So one thing that me and Ariel kind of ran into was the Hawaiian language aspects that are incorporated within the Hawaiian language. So like the different connotations as well as the different spellings and like I mentioned in the presentation, there's no diacritical markings within the Hawaiian language newspapers, but as of now, we use the diacritical marking, so there's a difference. So there's kind of implications where there's no the Hawaiian language keyboard, I guess, in a sense, within Provalis, so it can't code for the software it can't query the data for within the text. And we were having issues with the Okina and the Kahakos where the what's it called? They were actually coming out with the Y with the umlaut, which is like a Y with two dots on top of it. So we definitely need to talk a little bit more story with the Provalis people. And I don't know if you want to add on to that, Ariel. Ariel worked really closely with the Provalis software, and she got down with was more familiar with the process.
Yeah, no, that was good. I think like having having the Hawaiian language actually incorporated into the software, this is what Shelby's saying pretty much. And then also being able to identify and pick up text more easily because we have a lot of documents that are scans, but it has trouble reading that. So we were able to find a document that we could work with, but if we're trying to analyze a huge volume of text and Provalis is not doing a good job translating that into its software, that's definitely a challenge. That would be amazing to be addressed.
Yeah.
Open ideas.
Yeah. And that's why this is like the pilot study, and we're hoping to reach out with other people who can help us with this project. Definitely, I'm not really good with computer science, so I don't have the expertise for that. But we hope that we can connect with somebody who can bring an aspect like that to the team.
Great, thank you guys. And for all those that have more questions, you're welcome to email Sheldon and Ariel. Maybe Dawn, we can send out a follow-up email with everyone's contact information, just so that you guys can all keep in touch. And Cam Allen from the Turtle Program at the Pacific Islands Fisheries Science Center is asking if you guys can give this talk to the Sea Turtle Program. She thinks they would really benefit from hearing this one.
I think I saw a question from Hans in there. Did you find it? It was right near Cam's.
No.
How will recognition of cultural significance begin to change management?
This is a great question.
I'm gonna say I don't know, just because this is just a pilot study. So there's a lot of potential avenues that we can actually take, and we're still working up the methodologies to figure that out.
Yeah, I would add to that too. I think management usually looks mostly into like the economic side of things, and there's certain species that are protected because they're endangered or threatened in a certain way. And this is another component to add into that in what management takes into account when it's looking at how to protect species, which species to protect, which species to monitor. So I think it would be a really important addition to what management is paying attention to. And how that is ultimately applied, yeah, with Sheldon, I'm not 100% sure because I haven't worked within management or anything, but hopefully that gives a little bit of sense.
Hopefully we get to that part even sooner. Like,
Great. Thank you guys so much.
thank you.
So it is 9 o'clock. So Don, why don't we go ahead and move on? Allison
Okay.
Adams is now here.
Okay, our next speaker is Allison Adams, and we're not seeing her in the participants list. She might be under a different name. Allison,
She's here.
She's there? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Cool. And before I introduce our next speaker, I just wanted to point out something I forgot to say in the opening, is that as we led up to this symposium, we did reach out everywhere we could to try to find all the virtual interns that were working with her at NOAA this year. And it did come to our attention really late in the game that we might have missed some. So we sincerely apologize if you or your intern were missed this year. We'll try harder next year. So please, if you have an intern, let us know to Leon or myself, and we will try to get 100% coverage. Up next, we have Allison Adams. She is from the University of Vermont. She's an ad hoc intern working with NOAA Fisheries Science Center. The floor is all yours, Allison.
So I think we might be having some technical difficulties. Allison is unable to hear us.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure how.
If she can speak, why don't we type in chat, just start talking and we'll fire up her presentation.
Jessica is offering some advice for this. See if we can figure it out. So yeah, Dawn, maybe you could keep entertaining people while I figure this out for a minute.
Sure, and we are still really close to being on schedule, so no worries here. Just stand by as we work out these technological glitches. And as we got into the session, I was reminded that in previous years we had Kalani Kiocho do an Oli at the start, and we didn't do that this year because we had him do a really great session with our whole cadre of summer interns, a one-on-one, learning a lot about Hawaii and Hawaiian culture and a lot of cool stuff. So we did not do things according to some of our earlier templates. We had a lot of virtual activities this year that the interns were able to take part in. Besides Kalani's session, we also had a very popular session which gave a broad overview of graduate programs available in Hawaii. So we arranged for speakers from UH Hilo, HPU, several departments at UH Manoa, including oceanography, zoology, the marine biology graduate program. And this gave prospective incoming students a good introduction to what those programs are all about. And we only did that because a lot of years we do see our summer interns coming back into graduate programs at UH and elsewhere. So we wanted to give them the opportunity to learn more, especially to places that we don't always work closely with, for example, UH Hilo or HPU. So I learned a lot in those graduate program sessions. And then we had a great session talking about NOAA careers. Ali, are we getting close to being there, or should I talk a little bit more?
So I'm not receiving any information back from Allison at this time, so I'm not. Oh, maybe it's working now. Allison, can you hear us?
I can, yeah. Apologies.
Awesome.
I'm jumping off of an orientation for my job to jump in, so I wasn't able to troubleshoot, and I'm so sorry for the trouble that's causing.
No problem at all.
Now.
You should be able to share your screen now and go ahead and take it away.
Okay, awesome. So it's loading. I don't know.
Just give it a minute. And if anything, I can present for you.
Let's see if it'll. It's just giving me a spinning wheel of death.
Okay, why don't I share my screen and I'll just have you talk and tell me when to change screen, change slides.
Sure, that works.
Okay, hold on just a second. Thank you all for your patience. It's never easy. There's always something new that we're trying to sort out. Okay, can you guys see this? Yes? All right, go ahead, Allison. Dawn, I'll have you monitor the chat because I can't see it now.
Okay,
Roger
perfect.
that.
Thanks so much, Ali and Dawn. I really appreciate your flexibility and patience with my jumping on, and yeah, appreciate it. So what we're going to be talking about today is part of my dissertation research. Actually, I'm a PhD student at the University of Vermont, and it's sort of, well, it's in the broader context of my dissertation research. So I did sort of a separate little smaller analysis that wasn't part of my PhD work as this internship, which was supervised by Kirsten Leong. I really appreciate being supportive throughout this process and advising me on sort of the directions to go that might be helpful for NOAA. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So next slide, please. So to give you guys just a sense of the context, the initial question for my research was, how do perceptions of coral reef value differ in terms of ecosystem services categories between user groups in West Hawaii? And so I don't know who here may or may not be familiar with the concept of ecosystem services, but it's the idea, it's basically a term used to describe the benefits that people get from nature. And I'm particularly interested in the non-material benefits that people get from nature. In my PhD work, at least, I look at things like identity, sense of place, cultural heritage, to the extent that those concepts are connected to the natural environment. So I was really interested in how people are sort of perceiving those concepts for coral reefs in West Hawaii and how those might differ between different groups. So, for example, between tourists, between residents of Hawaii who are not Native Hawaiian, and Native Hawaiians, and then other folks as well. I think probably most of you are familiar with this. Oh, next slide, please. And you might have to click a couple of times. So let's see, because I have animations. Actually, let me see what it looks like for you guys. Oh, you have the whole thing. Okay. So there's a few different contexts that I think are important to talk about. So one is the geographic context. Probably most of you, if not all of you, are aware of what Hawaii Island looks like. So my research was specifically on the west side of the island. And this particular project was done at 3 beaches. So I was at Puako, Kiholo Bay, and Puhonua Ohonau. My apologies, doing this at the same time is really challenging. And the sort of general context for this question was trying to figure out, is there less resource and intensive way to get at understanding these connections that people have with nature? So right now, in order to understand the non-material connections that people have with nature, in the context of coral reefs or in other contexts, often the methods that are used are more in-depth interview methods, or they're a little bit more reductive, in my opinion, quantitative methods. And I was trying to figure out, is there a way that we can do sort of a quick interview with folks to figure out what these values and connections might be? And then I also think it's really important to acknowledge the post-colonial context of Hawaii Island and the state of Hawaii, and recognize that I am not Native Hawaiian, I am not from Hawaii, and so any conclusions that I'm drawing are affected by my identity as not a resident of Hawaii, as a white woman, as well as a graduate student and somebody who's living in the state of Vermont. So I wanted to acknowledge those things. Next slide, please. So we collected this data in 2018 and 2019. We did 330 what we're calling rapid interviews or turbo interviews. Those consisted of one question each, and I alternated between 2 different questions. The questions were, what do coral reefs mean to you? And do coral reefs affect your well-being? And if so, how? So every respondent got just one of those 2 questions, and then also answered 5 demographic questions, including their age, their gender, their place of residence, their ethnicity, and their highest level of completed education. And as I mentioned earlier, we did this at 3 different beaches, so alternated between those, got different times of day, different times of the week to try and get a broad swath of different respondents. And we picked those 3 beaches consulting with the West Hawaii Division of Aquatic Resources. They said that they thought those would be a good spread of different kinds of sort of beach conditions and coral reef health, and also different kinds of user groups. Next slide, please. But what we found is that in addition to people answering the questions we were asking about these non-material connections with the reefs and coasts, people were also bringing up all kinds of other information unprompted. So without asking, people were giving me all kinds of information that was also really interesting. A lot of people were observing that there had been changes in the reefs over the course of their lifetimes or the time they had lived there, and that they were concerned about those changes. They attributed, in many cases, those changes to different entities or people or to different particular causes. So these aren't direct quotes that I have listed here, but these are some of the kinds of ideas that came up. Some people brought up climate change, other people brought up fishing practices, sunscreen came up over and over and over again, regulations came up, politicians came up, and many other topics came up. And so in talking with Kirsten, we thought it'd be really interesting to dig into those responses and see what we might be able to learn about people's perceptions of responsibility for change and whether that might have any implications for management. Next slide, please. So just to give you guys a quick sense of the demographics of the respondents. So I was pretty pleased with how this worked out, just sort of going to random people on beaches and asking them questions. We ended up with a really great spread of ages. We only talked to people 18 or older, but from 18 all the way to, we had one respondent over 80. And pretty even split of men and women. We had a pretty even split of people who live in Hawaii and people who live elsewhere who were visiting the state. And then I was also, because one of the questions I'm interested in is looking at Native Hawaiian responses versus other responses. And I thought it was interesting to note that we did have a pretty, what you would expect in terms of percent Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, at least compared to census data in this respondent group. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk just really briefly about the results in terms of how people attributed the changes that they noted. And I should mention that not everybody brought up changes in the reefs and coasts, but a lot of people did. Probably about half of the respondents brought up some kind of change that they had noticed or some kind of concern about something happening in the reefs and coastal areas. And so we co-developed the code book, and those of you who don't do qualitative research, one of the ways that you do analysis is by going through the text, the transcribed text of what people said, and sorting it into different ideas called codes. And so I worked with Kirsten and another NOAA contractor, Becky Ingram, to co-develop a code book that would help answer the question that we had about the responsibility for these changes, as well as other questions that we had that I'm not talking about today. And these are the codes that came up in terms of what is responsible for changes. So I sorted things into what is responsible and who is responsible. So sometimes people would attribute something to a process, but not to a particular person or group. And so I'll talk about both of the sort of the highlights of those. This is all of the results broken down. 2 asterisks means it was significant to P less than 0.01. 1 asterisk means the difference between residents and visitors is significant to P less than 0.05. So a couple of things that are interesting is, one, residents were significantly more likely to mention a person or entity being responsible for changes than visitors were, and that both groups mentioned climate change at similar rates, at least sort of relative to the number of people who answered our survey at all. But for Hawaii residents, pollution was a much more frequently brought up topic of concern in terms of responsibility for changes that they had noticed than climate change, and much more frequently brought up for residents than for visitors. Next slide, please. And then in terms of who is responsible for changes, again, residents attributed who is responsible much more often than visitors did. This is to some extent to be expected because residents are there thinking about why are these processes happening, maybe more than visitors would be. But I just wanted to mention that attributing to a particular person or group was something that happened more often for residents than for visitors. But one more thing to say is that even so, that it was often just the attribution was often just society or people generally, so not very specific. Next slide, please. So to go back to the initial question, what are residents and visitors' perceptions of responsibility for changes on the reefs and coast of West Hawaii? And also, as you've noticed, I was sort of asking how do those responses kind of differ between those two groups? There are a few sort of main themes. So one is that locally based causes are more salient for residents. This may seem intuitive, but I think there's a lot of really interesting things to dig into there, and I'm still thinking about what the implications, sort of reasons for this might be. But one is where the sort of locus of control is for people. Is it that people are thinking more about the things that they can control locally, and then for visitors, they're not able to control the local processes as much as they can control, do have sort of global impact. And then climate change is relatively more salient for visitors than for residents. That is, of the visitors who mentioned a responsibility for change, more of them mentioned climate change than in the case of residents. And then I am working on digging into a little bit the role of media coverage. In 2018, sunscreen was a very hot topic because the sunscreen ban had just passed, and so many people brought that up as a really important factor, which is interesting because that's not necessarily one of the biggest causes of reef decline. And so I think it's interesting and important to think about why people are bringing that up, and also whether that's valuable and means that people are going to take action, or whether it would be useful to have more education around what the relative sort of impact of different kinds of action might be. So that's it. Thank you so much. I am out of time, so I don't know if there's time for questions, but would love to field questions over email or another time. And thank you again for bearing with the technical difficulties at the beginning.
Thanks, Allison. And this is where everyone's clapping at home. You can't necessarily hear them, but we have plenty of time. So if there are any questions, please type them into the chat. And I'm having trouble getting all the mentor statements to copy paste into the chat box. There's some word limit. So bear with us as we try to get all of that material into the chat box for you. Are you working on questions for Allison?
Any questions?
Let me finish pasting in the last bit of the mentor statement.
I just wanted to say thank you to Allison for dealing, working with the technical difficulties and being flexible. That's why we have a little bit of backup in case we do have issues for the presentation. So thank you for being flexible. We did have a few comments. This was great. I wish our state partners could also hear this presentation. So maybe we can figure that out, Sean. Maybe we'll get Allison to present for them. That'd be awesome.
Or listen to the recording.
Yeah. Yeah, and we also, we are recording this, so we will, if you guys are interested in seeing this or you want to share it with others, that will be available probably in the next week after this. So we'll go ahead and reach out to either Don or I, and we'll make sure you get a copy of that recording.
Okay, with that, if there's no questions, there is a question from Jamie Gove.
Thanks, Jamie.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I see your question. Were there any clear geographic differences in the responses? That's a great question, and I just haven't done the analysis to know. But it's certainly something I could run pretty easily and let you know if there is.
Okay, with that, we're on break, but most people are going to hang out here. Feel free to unmute, chat away. We will reconvene at 9:30, and Ali Bayless will be moderating that session. So please at home give a big round of applause to all of our first session presenters.
Thank you, everybody. That was a great way to start the day, and we'll reconvene at 9:30. Hey, Leon, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was trying to chat and talk on the phone and like it's too much. So I don't really, you know, if other people are listening, it doesn't matter.
Geez, I might have been unmuted that whole time. Sorry.
Through our conversation. So yeah, we just had one hiccup where Allison couldn't hear us at first, and then she figured that out, but then she was having a hard time presenting, so I just presented for her, so that worked out
Okay.
fine.
Cool.
So yeah, it's just nice to have you here if there is like a
The
hiccup.
call-in,
but
everyone has the call-in number, right? That's sort of the backup. She called in. Is that how
she
she
called in, and then I shared my screen, so that seems to work just fine. It just then I can't monitor the chat or anything because it has to be like full screen.
Sure.
So yeah.
Sounds good. Well, I'm glad everything's right.
Smoothly, amazingly.
Yeah. The day to have a electricity outage, right? It's like Murphy's
I
Law.
believe it. It's so crazy.
Anyway. Cool. Good. So yeah, I'll stay on. You're host and presenter, so I'll just monitor chat, and if anyone has technical problems, I'll try to help them.
Oh, Celeste said there's a practice mode in WebEx somewhere if you need to talk behind the scenes because she can hear us right now.
Yeah, it's in events. It's in WebEx events, and this is the WebEx meeting. We checked that out.
Right, we don't have. That's right. We talked about this already.
Yeah.
Thanks, Celeste. Okay, cool. Well, so far so good, and yeah, just I think we're doing okay with monitoring the chat questions and stuff. So, but if you notice anything, feel free to chime in. Yeah.
Okay.
Were you interested in moderating a session? We were going to ask you earlier.
Whatever you guys. I mean, I could monitor Tsunami session, I guess. Or I mean, whatever you want to do. I mean, it's your guys' show. I'm just here to help. So let me know.
Okay. Yeah. We just thought it might be nice if you wanted to. I'm planning on doing the next one, but I think it is Tehani's session.
I think Kainoa's before. No. What's the schedule? No, there's still a bunch more before.
But so she's at the end of this chunk is what I meant. I was gonna.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, you do the chunk. It's
okay,
cool.
So it's Tehani Maltaire, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I'll just help out.
Okay, cool.
Thanks, Leon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right,
okay, I'm gonna do something for a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, Dawn, are you out there? It is 9:30. I think we should go ahead and get started again with our next session. This is the second session of our virtual summer 2020 intern symposium. So thank you all for joining us. And for those of you that just hopped on, what we're going to do is have your questions during the presentation can be entered into the chat. So if you go to the bottom of your window, you'll see a little chat button. You're welcome to throw in any questions in there, and we'll hopefully be able to pass those along to the presenter and have them answered. And also this is being recorded, so we will have a recording of this that will be available. Feel free to reach out to myself or to Don Kobayashi if you guys are interested in getting a copy of the recording. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and get started. I'm just gonna pass over some privileges real quick. So our first speaker for the second session is Elise Bonner. So she's from Tuskegee University. She's with the EPP program, and she's been working with the Pacific Islands Fisheries Science Center under Reika Demokos mentorship. So I will go ahead and let Elise take it away.
Hi. I just had to figure out how to unmute myself.
Looks great.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Elise Bonner, and today I'll be presenting my summer research titled Processing Oceanographic Data for El Nino Southern Oscillation Impacts of Big Eye Tuna. And I am a rising senior at Tuskegee University studying environmental science. And this summer, I had the opportunity to intern with my mentor, Reika Demokos, with the Pacific Islands Fisheries Science Center through the National Marine Fisheries Service. And here's a brief outline for today's presentation. I'll go over my objectives, background, methodology, results, summary, next steps, and acknowledgements. So the objective of my project was to reformat online oceanographic data to the correct time frame and area for future analysis to understand how environmental variables impact the performance of fisheries. And ultimately, this will help to make better managerial decisions for sustainable fisheries in the future. Pacific big-eyed tuna is a pelagic fish species, meaning it is usually found in the open ocean, and they reproduce at 3 years old and live to be around 7 or 8. They spawn daily throughout the year and seasonally in cool waters. And temperature and oxygen seem to be the most important factors driving big-eyed tuna distribution. So they prefer temperatures around 12 to 29 degrees Celsius, and we're looking at big-eyed tuna for this project and how their abundance is affected by the environment, because big-eye tuna is one of the most important species economically in Hawaii, so we want to make sure that we're managing this popular species correctly. And also, Pacific big-eye tuna is a highly migratory species, therefore management of them can be complicated. Big-eye tuna is a pelagic fish species. Big-eye tuna are fish using long line or purse seine fishing techniques, and long line fishing is depicted in the top left, which involves a high flyer buoy to monitor the fishing gear position and baited hooks along a long line that can be deployed and soaked for hours at a time. And purse seine fishing depicted in the top right, which is a large net deployed around an entire area or school of fish. Pacific Ocean living resources are managed by two international entities represented in the left image, the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission and the Inter-American Tropical Tuna Commission. And on the right, we see the U.S. fishing efforts, where the Hawaii longline is located in the North Pacific, and the purse seine fishing and American Samoa longline are located in the Central Pacific. And NOAA Fisheries is responsible for managing the U.S. fisheries in the Pacific Islands region. So it's important to understand big-eye tuna's environment for better management of the species. So we're looking at many environmental variables to see how the catch per unit effort, CPUE, for big-eye tuna changes. And everything in the environment is interconnected, so we're looking at large-scale variability over a long time frame to see the difference. Environmental impacts have an effect on tuna, but we don't know how it affects them along the equator specifically. So simply put, we can better manage big-eye tuna resources by knowing how the environment affects them. So I collected 11 different variables for this project, and I'm going to further explain why these environmental variables are important in understanding the abundance of big-eye tuna. And we expect that the El Nino Southern Oscillation INSO has a big impact on tuna catch. And this is the study area for the project, which is located along the equator of the Pacific Ocean. So we're looking at sea surface temperature along the study area to see how it changes each month. In the right image, we see where the seasonal differences go down in the winter and up in the summer. And on the left, we see where there are cooler and warmer phases in sea surface temperatures, which are documented as the El Nino and La Nina phases. And as I mentioned earlier, big-eyed tuna have a specific preferred temperature. So if the temperature continues to vary, it changes where big-eyed tuna are distributed horizontally and vertically. This figure is a CTD cast of in situ temperature observations in the Pacific to show how mixed layer depth changes within a given area. And the temperature is much warmer in the south and cooler around the north for this figure. And the area in between the higher and cooler temperatures is known as the thermocline or mixed layer depth, which changes as phases come and go. And since tuna prefer that certain temperature, their distribution changes as the mixed layer depth does. And we expect to see differences on a large scale in the mixed layer depth because of the ENSO cycle, which I'll discuss later. Chlorophyll A can be a measure of primary productivity and food availability of tuna, which ultimately could affect their biomass. And during neutral conditions in the equatorial eastern Pacific, trade winds from the east drive warm surface water westward, and that causes cold, nutrient-rich water to well up on the surface. And those cold waters have more nutrients than the warmer surface water, fertilizing blooms of phytoplankton. And during the El Nino, this stops, so all the water that's piled up on the west moves by gravity to the east. And the sea level changes as the geostrophic current is derived from the sea level height differences, which go from higher to lower. And the anomalies of the sea level represent what phases of the ENSO cycle we could be in. And since we're studying tuna abundance along the equator, the El Nino Southern Oscillation will be an important variable to analyze. So ENSO is an equatorial phenomenon that represents the changing of sea surface temperatures and air pressures, sea temperature and air pressure across the equatorial Pacific Ocean. And it's classified into 3 different phases: the El Nino low phase, the neutral phase, and the La Nina high phase. The El Nino and La Nina are changes from the normal conditions, and the El Nino is classified as warmer temperatures along the equator and a less steep thermocline, and the La Nina is classified as cooler temperatures along the equator and a more steep thermocline. In the following are 4 different indices that I'm using that could be indicators of the ENSO cycle or which phase of the ENSO cycle we're in. So the first is the Ocean Nino Index, which is a leading indicator of ocean conditions, and it's an average of sea surface temperature anomalies over a 3-month period. And its most commonly used region for the Ocean Nino Index is the Nino 3.4 for the Central Pacific. So if it represents a warmer or cooler than normal phase for 5 months consecutively, it becomes classified as a La Nina or El Nino. And the Southern Oscillation Index is an indicator of changing air pressure in the Pacific. It's fluctuations in air pressure between the Western and Eastern Pacific, more specifically Tahiti and Darwin. And usually it shows lower pressure and higher pressure around Tahiti. In this graph, the positive values represent the cold La Nina and the negative represents the warm El Nino. And the multivariate ENSO index uses the empirical orthogonal function of the most prominent variables. And so we're going to use, it's the EOF of 5 different variables, which are the sea level pressure, sea surface temperature, zonal and meridional components of the surface wind, and outgoing long wave radiations. And these all affect the El Nino phase. And the image on the left represents the multivariate ENSO index where the H is high and the L is low, and that shows the atmospheric pressure. The shaded color areas represent the sea surface temperature. The vectors represents the components of the surface winds, and the contours are the outgoing long wave radiations. And the image on the right represents Nino and the negative index for the La Nina. Pacific Decadal Oscillation, or PDO, is calculated from the ocean temperature anomalies in the Northeast and tropical Pacific Ocean, and it usually takes longer for a PDO cycle to repeat. And the positive values represent when the sea surface temperatures are cool in the interior North Pacific and warm on the coast, and the pressure is below average in the North Pacific. And the negative values represent when the sea surface temperatures are warm in the interior North Pacific and cool along the coast, and the pressure is above average in the North Pacific. So my methodology for the project included gathering all of the individual environmental variables from the online data access sites, such as OceanWatch and Aviso. And online data can come in many different resolutions and formats, some dating from 1985 to present. And so I had to reformat the data for the scientists at the Pacific Islands Fisheries Science Center to analyze against the catch per unit efforts of big-eyed tuna. And the goal for my project was to eliminate small-scale variability by averaging the data per month, then centering the data along the equator and symmetrically away to examine the effects around the equator, because that's where we expect that strongest correlation of environmental impacts on big-eyed tuna. And I also pulled out the values along the specified grid that we selected for the project. And the above plots are generated from the original online data sites. And we see that the original plot is at a much higher resolution. And we use that monthly data to see the large scale variation. So I also had to reduce the resolution to see large scale variation. And for some of the variables, we might even choose yearly averages to show a larger change for the INSO changes. And so we used the plots that I generated in comparison to the online plots to make sure the data that I was using was correct, which it was. And in result, I created a data set with over 60,000 independent variables of 11 different, independent samples of 11 different environmental variables. And the combined data had monthly variables from 1990 to 2017, and each individual variable included the correct temporal and spatial frame. And in summary, the reformatted data will be analyzed to see correlation between environmental variables, indices, and catch per unit efforts in the region. And the results of this study will improve fisheries management for big-eyed tuna in the future. And my next steps include completing my EPP service learning throughout the academic school year. And I plan to graduate from Tuskegee University with a Bachelor's of Science in Environmental Science in the spring of 2021. And then after that, I plan to start a graduate program in the fall of 2021. And I'd like to give a huge thank you to my mentor, Reika Demokos, for helping me with this project. Also to Johanna Wren for helping me with the R software involved, and the Pacific Islands Fisheries Science Center Ecosystem Sciences Divisions team. And thank you to the NOAA EPP MSI Undergraduate Scholars Program for funding this research. And also a special thank you to Ali and Don for putting together these intern symposium. And any questions?
Great. Thank you so much, Elise. Everyone's clapping at home. I really appreciate you being at all of our webinars and everything. It's been really a really big pleasure just getting to know you virtually. Yeah, I hope to meet you in person one of these days. Did we have any questions for Elise before we move on? She was so Celeste was wondering how you got connected with PIFs and the program.
Yes, so last summer I interned with the National Ocean Service and the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science. So I wanted to get involved with fisheries just to see, to understand a better understanding of ecology involving fisheries, because my school mainly focuses on agriculture. So I didn't have a big, I guess, introduction to fisheries. So that's what my main goal was. And I was just talking to one of the program coordinators, and she mentioned that she spoke with somebody at PIFs recently, and she just connected me to Reika, and that's kind of how it worked out. And I emailed Reika, and it just kind of worked that way. So that was good.
Great. And we had another quick question. Jim was wondering if you could apply your data analysis to model output to develop a better predictor for ENSO. Enzo.
I think that it would be great to do that in the future, but I'm very new to data analysis, but I'm definitely interested in learning more about it in the future and hopefully using it for grad school as well. So I think it would be great if it's used to predict ENSO in the future, but I think there are some good indicators that we have now, such as the indices that help to be better indicators of ENSO.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. Go ahead and check out the chat. There's a lot of congrats in there. And we're going to go ahead and move on to our next speaker, Nikita or Nikki Sridhar. I hope I'm saying your last name right. So let me just pull up this info really quick. Nikki is from UCLA, and she's with the Halling Scholar Program, and she has been working actually in CNMI. Well, it was supposed to be in CNMI, but has been working remotely with Steve McKagan. So we were really happy to be able to loop her in to our intern symposium. So I'll go ahead and let you take it away.
Hi, everyone. I'm just trying to share my screen right now. It should just be a second.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, here we go.
Looks good.
Thanks, Sally. All right, hi, everyone. So my name is Nikki. I'm currently a marine biology major at UCLA. I'm a rising senior. And this summer, I've had the opportunity to work on the coral nursery that was deployed last year in Saipan. And I was working on the quantification of wound healing rates among the coral fragments in their nursery. So first, just some background on CNMI. It is there we go. It is a small island nation just north of Guam in the Western Pacific. And Saipan is an island within the CNMI that is home to 256 identified species of coral. So this immense biodiversity comes a home for a multitude of different reef fishes, and this leads to having more sustainable fisheries. Another reason why the reefs are so important is in terms of economic value. So they're valued at around $104.5 million in ecosystem services. And as a result of that, they're a really important source of income for local islanders. And then the reefs are also important because they can act as a buffer and as a result protect coastlines from storms and surge. So those are some reasons why the reefs are so important, but they do face a multitude of different threats, unfortunately, some of which are endemic to Saipan and some of which are the result of just global stressors. So two of the threats that the reefs face are predator outbreak and water quality. And these two threats are directly correlated with anthropogenic activity and human development. So as human development increases in Saipan, there's more runoff, and this leads to sedimentation issues and also outbreaks of the crown of thorns starfish, which feeds on stony coral. But by far, the most important threat to the reefs is coral bleaching. From 2012 to 2018, there have been consecutive bleaching events that have led to a loss of over 60% of coral cover, which is definitely a significant amount. And as you can see in this map over here, it details the locations, or it details the coral cover change as a result of bleaching events. And as you can see, there's only 3 locations that are blue where the change was positive. So all of the other reefs in Saipan virtually experienced significant losses. And this really shows the spatial extent to these bleaching events. These bleaching events have demonstrated the need to shift from a more resilience-based management to a more active restoration-based management. So last year, the team deployed a coral nursery, and this nursery, essentially, there are fragments in the nursery that will later be deployed in priority degraded reefs around Saipan. So that's how it's a more active restoration technique. So the first step to constructing this nursery was deciding on a tree design. So these trees were designed to be storm tolerant, just a result of the numerous storm events that Saipan faces. So the trees are flexible, They're sort of up off the bottom, as you can see, and they also support multiple different coral morphology. So that's how the trees were chosen. And then the next step was actually obtaining the fragments themselves. So they're clipped from parent colonies around Saipan, and in each case, the parent colonies were chosen such that they were the healthiest and the largest. And that was done in order to both maximize the health of the parent colonies and also maximize the resilience potential of the fragments that were being obtained. So once the fragments were clipped off, they were then transferred to the nursery and they're secured using monofilament line. And over time, they're highly monitored for their health status, their survival status, and also their growth. So the fragments had a 99% survival rate, and the growth rate was pretty variable across species, with Acropora pulchra aspera demonstrating the fastest growth rate. But as you can see over here, the error bars are quite large, and that's because this study was, or at least the growth rates were taken in a span of 3 months. So the growth is quite variable. And we're also devising methods to improve the accuracy of these techniques to measure growth rates now. And one of these techniques is photogrammetry, which Jamin will talk about in the presentation following this one. So another aspect to monitoring these, the corals and making sure that they're healthy is monitoring the wound healing. So as you can imagine, when you clip off a fragment from a parent colony, there's a wound that's generated on both the parent and also the fragment that's been clipped off. So for the parent colonies, the wounds were monitored over time closely through photographic documentation, and we saw that there was a pretty high recovery rate. But for the fragments, we decided to more closely monitor the wound healing process so that we could come up with actual quantifications, like actual rates of wound healing, and then based off of those numbers, decide which species to incorporate in the nursery in future years to maximize the overall resilience potential of the nursery, such that we're including the species that recover the fastest. So this was my project this summer to look at the fragment wound healing. And we started off with a more quantitative approach where we looked at the surface area of the fragment and how it changes over time. So this was done using the software ImageJ. And as you can see in this GIF to the bottom right, you can, using like image editing techniques, you can sort of edit out just the fragment area. And as you can imagine, that's more accurate than maybe just using a caliper and estimating for the overall area using the radius underwater. So that was a benefit to using a technique like this. But we saw that over time, we had expected to see a decrease in the actual area of the wound, but we didn't see this happen. Instead, we saw more three-dimensional growth of the tissue. And so we, like the actual cross-sectional area of the wound decreasing, we couldn't really see because of that three-dimensional growth. So instead, we decided to focus on some more qualitative approaches to look at wound healing, but we still took these initial wound area measurements for each colony with the plan to compare to the qualitative analysis and see if there's any correlations between the initial wound area size and the rate at which it's healing. We didn't actually get around to doing this because we didn't have enough data, but it is something that we are looking into for the future. So for the qualitative analysis, we looked at a series of different metrics in order to assess wound healing. The first one being time point at which the wound is completely covered in flesh. So as you can see on the bottom left over here, that's an Acropora pulchra aspera wound. And on the left, that's immediately after fragmentation. And on the right, that's a few days after. And as you can see, there is this, this translucent tissue that's coating the wound. And it's like covering the markings. And this is a very important step in the wound healing process because it prevents the loss of fluids and also prevents infection from foreign organisms. So on the right, you can see the results. This was one of the first steps in the wound healing process. And from 1 to 9 days, that seems to be the time period after which most of the fragments had about 100% of their fragments had, sorry, for the species, 100% of their fragments had been completely healed in terms of being covered in flesh. And also it's important to note that there's quite a small sample size and these time intervals aren't extremely regular, and that's because obviously Damon and I weren't able to actually go to Saipan and conduct this field work. So we're very grateful to one of our mentors, Liza, who was able to take all of these photos and provide us with this data. So we have enough, we might not have enough data to make actual quantifications of the rates of wound healing, but we do have enough data to look at the critical time periods for the formations of a variety of these different metrics. So for this specific metric, 1 to 9 days seems to be the critical time period. So the next metric we used for wound healing was the time point at which Susan's belly appears on the wound. And this was, again, as you can imagine, was taking pictures underwater, different days, different water conditions. The light is different, the conditions are different. So it was hard to look at slight changes in hue of the wound itself in order to look at the changes in coloration. But instead, we looked at the change in color in contrast to the actual fragment body. So as you can see for this acropora globiceps wound on the right, the contrast is a lot less than it is on the left side. So that's sort of how we determined whether the wound was completely covered in Susan's belly or not. And this was one of the metrics that took slightly longer to appear. But it seems like 5 to like around 29 days seems to be a critical time period for this metric. The next metric was the time point at which the wound displays corallites, which are growth forms out of which the polyps grow. So this again seems to be one of the metrics that took a longer time in order to appear, as you can see from these graphs. And some of our species didn't show corallites even after 29 days of fragmentation. And the last metric that we used was the time point at which an apical tip is displayed in the center of the wound. And again, this is also one of the metrics that seems to take a longer amount of time. And even after 29 days, there weren't any species for which 100% of the fragments had displayed an apical tip. Over here, you can see a time series by species, and it's just a nice way to look at the overarching process of wound healing for each of the species that we looked at. So for acropora globiceps, the Susan's belly seems to be a pretty notable feature. For acropora maricata, the presence of these corallites. And then we have acropora pulchra aspera with the axial corallite over here, acropora circulosa, and Facilipora wood jonesii. So for future directions, as I mentioned earlier, for wound healing, we only have enough data to make recommendations on the critical time period for data collection. So in the future, we plan to use that in order to, this is again a pilot study as well. So based off of these results, conduct the experiment again in order to actually quantify the wound healing rates, and based off of that, choose a faster recovering species to incorporate into the nursery in future years. And future directions for the nursery in general includes maintenance, the addition of new species, the outplantation of fragments and priority degraded reefs in Saipan, and continuing to add to the story map, which also adds to NOAA's mission of marine conservation and communication as a story map, which you can preview over here. The link's also over here, which I will drop in the chat after this. But it's an important form of science communication and just reaching out to the community about all this work that's being done. So again, I'd like to thank my mentors, Steve McCagan, Lisa Johnston, Robbie Green, for being extremely helpful. Damon and I really wish we could have actually been in Japan this summer to help out with the field work, also to get to know the community. But we are still really grateful for our mentors for making this internship just as meaningful, even though it was virtual. I'd also like to thank Damon for being an awesome co-scholar, and the NOAA Hollings program for the funding source, and also to Ali and Don for organizing this whole symposium. And yeah, if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Here's my contact information if you ever want to get in touch. Yeah, that's it for me.
Great, thank you so much. That was such a nice presentation. I definitely hope you get to Saipan one of these days, because you guys deserve that after all the work you've put in. We don't really have time for questions, but I just wanted to read a comment from Kimberly Lowe. She said, really nice multimedia approach to show wound healing dynamically during the presentation. Not everyone could pull that off. Good job. So I just wanted to share that with you. There's a lot of chats on what a nice job you did. And just for those listening, our next presenter is going to complement this one. So we'll go ahead and move along with our next presentation. I'm just going to pass over the reins to Jamin, and then yeah, so I'd like to present to you guys Jamin Jordan. So he's from the University of Georgia, also a Halling Scholar, like Nikki, with the CNMI NIMPS section. And so he's going to go ahead and start his presentation. Thank you.
Is my camera visible right now?
What's that?
Is my camera visible right now?
It looks like it is, but you look frozen. So if you want to turn it off, that's not a problem. Some people have a hard time streaming video and along with everything else. So great, I can see your screen now.
All right. Okay. Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you all for coming out and taking time out of your day to enjoy the experience. So, my name is Jamin Jordan. I'm from the University of Georgia, and I study fisheries and wildlife with an emphasis in applied science. And my project for this Hollings internship was to assist in developing a photogrammetry standard operating procedure, or SOP, for quantifying the growth of corals in 3 dimensions in the Tsunami Nursery, Central Northern Mariana Islands, under the Climate Adaptation and Mitigation Mission. So I just want to first give acknowledgments out. So thank you to Steve, Liza, and Robbie for being this experience a lot more meaningful than it could have been due to this whole pandemic. It was going to ask for better mentors, going to ask for a better co-scholar. Thank you, Nikki, for always checking in on me, and just being flexible with assisting in your project as well as mine. And big shout out to the Hollings undergraduate scholarship team for adapting to this whole situation, providing this opportunity and funding. So I'm not going to dwell too much on the background since Nikki did a really good job at explaining that. But I'll just touch on some major points. Reefs are extremely important, depending on what island you are in. I know in the Philippines, a large majority of the protein in the nation is through fish, and reefs are extremely important to supporting fish diversity and population levels. So it's more important that we also have high diversity of corals. They provide millions of dollars in ecosystem services. Besides supporting populations for food, it also includes buffering for storms, protecting property and lives. So I'm going to go in a little bit more detail on the bleaching and thermal stress, specifically in Saipan. So what you're looking at here is these are graphs from the Coral Reef Watch from 2013 to 2017 or 2018. The bleaching orange is a bleaching warning, and anything beyond that is an alert and something that is of high concern. So there have been 4 bleaching events in the past few years that have occurred in Saipan, and it was evident when Liza and Steve actually went out to observe the reefs and survey that before any actual quantification was done, it was just apparent that there was a dire need for some type of restoration effort, which is why the pilot nursery was started, because you have over 60% coral cover loss. So just a brief structure of the nursery. We have storm-tolerant trees made out of PVC and fiberglass. These trees are then, the fragments for the trees are then collected from parent colonies. These colonies are selected based on the genetic resilience. We want to have as the most resilient parents as possible. And then those fragments are then transferred to be propagated on the nursery. During the first year of tracking survival, there's a 99% survival across all genera and species of fragments. And tracking growth over the first 3 months, there was variable growth tracking, and traditional methods were used, like calipers and rulers. However, we are investigating the use of photogrammetry to get a better idea of coral growth in 3 dimensions, since corals are not standard structures. So that's where my project comes in with photogrammetry. You need 3 things if you want to perform photogrammetry. You need an underwater camera. For our project specifically, we use the Olympus Tough PG5. You need some type of 3D software, and we use Agasoft Metashape Pro. There are other photo scanning softwares out there, but this is the one we decided to use. And probably most importantly, you're going to need a lot of patience, and that's going to become apparent as I continue. So the first step to performing photogrammetry is image collection. This is arguably the most important step because it sets the pace for how the rest of the processing will go. Your quality of images and quantity of images dictates how well the model will turn out, as well as how long it will take to actually process. So what you're looking at right here on the left, you'll see it says chunk 1, and on the right says chunk 2. The way Agasoft Metashape defines collections of photos are called chunks. These 2 chunks are from one coral fragment, the left being one side and the right being the other side. You can tell because the marker is different. It's from both sides. And the reason why we do this is due to some difficulties with taking images underwater, such a tiny subject. I'm going to discuss that in challenges. But this is the first step, arguably the most important step. Second step is to take those images in Metashape and align them. So what you're looking at right here is the aligned is one aligned chunk. Each of these little thumbnails is one image from the camera, and you can see they kind of overlap. So these overlapping areas are detected by Metashape. These are called tie points. Each tie point is put into this collection of dots that you see in the middle, and we call that a sparse cloud. So each tie point is in the sparse cloud, and this is a collection of thousands of points, so thousands of overlapping areas detected by the algorithm and the software. After you have a sparse cloud, you are then able to proceed to making a dense cloud. A dense cloud is just a denser version of the sparse cloud. It's a more detailed version. A lot more processing is involved in this step, so much so that you can even see in this example that even the background of the water, the scatter from the water, gets picked up, which posed an issue in processing. However, there are tools that you can use to clean up the cloud so you can get a more solid model. However, the length and efficiency and ease of doing so is variable depending on, like I said, your alignment and image quality, everything like that. It kind of looks like a solid image from this scale just because there's so many points. We went from a factor of thousands to millions, so that's the reason why it looks so tight. If you actually scroll in, you can see that there are actually just individual points still. From here, once you're satisfied with how your dense cloud looks, you got it cleaned up, you can go on to make a mesh. So the mesh is the solid portion. It's a solid model of the dense cloud. So the data from created from the dense cloud is used to make a cohesive mesh. What you're looking at right here is the left chunk and the right chunk. I performed the previous steps on both chunks. And there's a reason for that, because if you look below, you can see the opposite side of each chunk, and there are some really big holes. It's because there wasn't enough information collected in the dense cloud to create a mesh or smooth the mesh out. So the next step after we have our chunks is to merge them together in order to get a whole model. So merging the model. The first thing you're going to want to do is align your two chunks. So these points that you see on this GIF, those were common points I found between each of the chunks in space that could be seen from both sides that I manually marked in the software and told Metashape to use those two chunks together along those points. Once I did that, I was able to combine the meshes, and when you do that, it actually combines the sparse cloud, which is what you saw initially. The GIF went through the steps that I just discussed, making a sparse cloud, dense cloud, and then making another mesh. And because it combines the sparse cloud, unlike the initial sparse clouds of each initial chunk, that sparse cloud has the information of like aspect of the coral. So when you go on to make a dense cloud from it, it's whole. And when you go on to make a mesh from that, it's whole. And then you can add a texture to make it look more realistic, and you get what we're looking at right here, which is a whole of a chunk. It's not perfect. If you pay attention, you can see there's variation, but it is by far the best result of this SOP that we developed, and you're definitely able to acquire data from it, which is the most important part. Speaking of data, we're going to get measurements. So now that we have a whole mesh that has no open edges and no holes, you can get measurements. The way we do this is using a reference in real life. In this case, we have this marker, and we know that this marker is 2 centimeters long, or wide, I should say. So I'm able to take 2 points, and this I use 0.6 and I take 0.6 and 7. I tell Metashape that this is 2 centimeters by creating a scale bar, and now everything that I do with the ruler tool is in reference to the scale that I made. So I can then click multiple points on there using the ruler tool, and it will give me an accurate length or width or whatever measurement I want. And because this is a closed model with no holes and no open edges, I'm also able to find the area and volume. Unfortunately, you can't change the units. You'll have to manually convert that. You can only use feet or meters as base units. But yes, it's a simple click to do that. And we're going to discuss some of the potential problems and things that might need to be looked at in the future. So the results from this experience were, I made a living. I say living because there's still work needs to be done. SOP for 3D photogrammetry on coral fragments, and I found the preliminary steps to acquiring measurements using this methodology. So in summary, this technology, this 3D photogrammetry, is a useful application of this technology, but it has its challenges. So what you're looking at on the left is an image, one of the first images that Liza took. And big shout out to Liza, because none of this would have been possible if she wasn't out there diving. Really wish we were out there helping and collecting photos to do this, but pandemic and whatnot. So yes, what you're looking at is an image of one of the fragments in the nursery. And there's a lot of problems here, right? So you have, you can see the branches in the background and other coral fragments in the nursery. And all of this gets detected by by the Metashape software when you're doing alignment. So normally that is not necessarily a bad thing, because if Metashape can reference the background while you're taking pictures around a fragment, it can use that information to reference where that part of the image should go. But the issue is that we're underwater. And because we're underwater, referencing space is a little bit confusing for the software. In addition, yeah, so referencing space is a little bit confusing for the software. I lost my train of thought. But in addition to that, there is also poor lighting. The lighting underwater, you can't really control that. You can only dive at certain times of the day, and you get this shadow right here that's casted, which kind of makes it harder for Metashape to perform alignment as well. Not to mention, taking quality images is difficult because we have current swaying this fragment on a monofilament string. It's small, so ideally your images would be centered that way and in full frame. That way Metashape has consistency in order to better create type points from the overlapping images at different angles. So later on in the internship lies the idea of using a shower curtain to create a solid background. And the solid background does a few things. So one, it makes isolating the fragment from the background much easier.
Hey, Jamin, we're at time. I just wanted to have you wrap it up. Sorry, we just have a pretty strict schedule we got to stick to.
Oh, my apologies. Okay. I will proceed. But yes, you can also mask the background in order to eliminate it using the tools in Metashape. This is one of the other issues we had with this is an example of a Globoceps coral, so it's a little bit more difficult to get alignment just because of how it's shaped. It's more spherical. Another issue with using this methodology is it's very intensive on your hardware. As you can see, my CPU is at 99% when performing photogrammetry, and some of the processing would take hours, depending on the quality of the model you use. So, but I don't think that those things necessarily make this invaluable. I think that future scholars can definitely investigate this further to make the process more efficient. I was going to discuss a little bit of my experience with working amidst the pandemic as well as social tensions, but if you want to know more about that, please feel free to contact me. And here's my contact information. Thank you for coming to my presentation.
Great. Thank you so much, Jamin. That was awesome. I too really hope that you guys get out to Saipan one of these days when the world is a little bit back to normal, hopefully. We are a little bit over time, so I'm just going to go ahead and move on to our next presenter. But if you guys do have questions for Jamin, then we'll, as I said, we'll send out contact information, so you guys are welcome to email him if you have any questions. Great presentation. I'm going to pass it over to Kainoa. So there you go. Okay, great. I'm going to give you a quick presentation or introduction. So Kainoa Kester is from the University of Hawaii at Manoa, and he's with our Hollings Prep program. So this is the first time we've done this. So he has been working with Celeste Hanley in Pyro, and I'll go ahead and let you take it away, Kainoa.
Awesome. Can everyone hear me?
Yep, sounds good.
So I will just share my screen here. All right. And move this to present. Does that look good on everyone's screen?
Yes, looks great.
Awesome. So hi, everyone. My name is Kainoa Kester. And like Ali said, I'm an intern with the Hollings Preparation Program. And today my presentation is on communicating fisheries career pathways through story maps and GIS. I'll be presenting about an outreach document that I've created using ArcGIS online story maps. And it's an educational outreach narrative about Keith Kamikawa, the Hawaii Fisheries Extension Agent. So Story Maps is a program that allows for stories to be told with a visual narrative, focusing on the use of maps and images to help the story flow. I thought that using a visual storytelling tool would be most effective for connecting with our target audience and informing them about Keith's career as a fisheries extension agent. So more background on me, I was raised on Oahu. I graduated from Kahuku High School just over a year ago. I'm going into University of Hawaii at Manoa as a sophomore. I'm studying geography as my major, and I'm pursuing a certificate in GIS. So I mentioned our target audience earlier. That target audience is students, specifically students in high school and college here in Hawaii. Hawaii is a great place to live and work, as we all know, and it's especially great for people who are interested in having marine science careers. Abundant marine resources across the state need to be managed, studied, and protected by people with an understanding of and interest in marine sciences. And while many students in our target audience are interested in careers in marine science, less of those students know about the wide range of careers that exist in the marine sciences field. A lot of times the preconceived notion is that there's jobs as like a marine biologist, maybe some other kind of marine researcher, not much else. Additionally, many students feel as if they need to leave Hawaii, either temporarily or permanently, in order to find career opportunities after college, which is unfortunate. The goal of this project is to inform Hawaii students about the story of a unique career within NOAA fisheries, one that many people might not be familiar with, the fisheries extension agent. This career path has allowed Keith Kamikawa, who's from Kaneohe, on the island of Oahu, to merge his passion for fishing with a meaningful career here at NOAA. Informing students about Keith's career as a fisheries extension agent will hopefully make them aware of the wide range of careers in marine sciences available here in Hawaii, and also hopefully encourage them to continue to pursue more knowledge about marine science careers that are available with NOAA in Hawaii. Furthermore, fishing is a popular recreational activity here in Hawaii, and we decided to spotlight Keith's passion for fishing in his personal time. He's an avid fisherman, and he was able to combine that passion for fishing with his career at NOAA. And so we want to inspire students to look for ways in which they can combine their passions outside of school or work with the career that they could one day pursue with NOAA. So a little bit of background on Keith. He's an Oahu local who grew up in Kaneohe. He's an avid fisherman, like I said, and now he's a fisheries extension agent. So for those who don't know, some of his primary responsibilities are serving as a communications liaison between fisheries stakeholder groups like non-commercial fishermen, fisheries scientists, and fisheries resource managers at the state and federal levels. In addition to that, he does educational outreach at Oahu schools, a lot of elementary schools and learning centers. He also offers help to state and federal agencies when they work to build fisheries capacity plans. So for the outreach methods that we decided to use for our document were GIS, story maps, blog post, and social media. So a story map was what I decided would be an impactful way to connect with our target audience. So a story map is a visual storytelling tool from this company called Esri, which develops GIS software. And it uses a written narrative through text, images, maps, and it shares a message through that medium. Sharing a story of Keith's career as a fisheries extension agent through story map format will allow our target audience who may be unfamiliar with Keith's career to make a visual connection to the work that Keith does through the story that we've created. Additionally, I'm studying geography at NGIS at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. So building a story map and using the ArcGIS online software was a great opportunity for me to familiarize myself with the software and develop the skills that I'll use as I pursue my undergraduate degree and my certificate at UH. Hopefully this works here. I've got a little video that kind of just shows what the story map looks like. Just let me know if it's playing smoothly for you guys. So as you can see, there's a title slide, and as you continuously scroll down, new images and text show up in different ways that is hopefully immersive for the audience. Here we've got a slideshow. And at a couple points throughout this story map, I've inserted maps that are interactive and display different information for the audience to interact with. One map is about non-commercial fisheries resources that are important for fishermen to have access to, like a shoreline access or boat ramp access. The other map was on educational outreach sites where Keith has connected with kids throughout Oahu and taught them about the importance of fisheries resources. That's probably good. So in the highlights of the story map, the primary highlight was Keith's personal connection to fishing. I chose to highlight this connection because it is the element of the story that our target audience can probably connect with the most. Many students probably can't connect with setting up meetings between fishery stakeholders or building capacity plans, but a lot of them can relate to fishing, whether they're just a casual observer of it, seeing it around Hawaii, or if they're an avid fisherman like Keith is. So placing this personal connection at the forefront of each section of the story map kind of allows the audience to feel continuously connected to Keith and to the story. You might have seen that first photo of the skulls, the fish skulls on Keith's desk at the IRC. This was kind of my hook to bring the audience in and to get their attention so that they continue to scroll and they're kind of interested right from the get-go and, you know, capture their curiosity, hopefully, to get them to interact with the whole story map. I also highlighted educational outreach on Oahu, specifically the sites where Keith has done educational outreach with Hawaii students. Keith often works with these younger students and elementary age students, maybe middle school age, and my target audience is high school age and college students. So while they're not the same age, both students kind of have an upcoming responsibility where soon they'll be the stewards and scientists who are going to be responsible for these fisheries resources. So by kind of emphasizing the reason behind Keith's educational outreach events to let these young students know that they'll be responsible for this one day, I also hope to emphasize that for high school and college students to remind them that they'll be responsible for these resources very soon, and that there are a lot of marine science careers where their talents and passions are needed in order to make sure that these resources are properly taken care of. So I also wrote a blog post in order to reach the target audience, and this highlighted my experience in creating a story map as well as my experience with the Hollings preparation program. The Hollings preparation program is actually still in its pilot stage. I believe it's only in its second or third year. So informing other, college freshmen about this opportunity to participate in this program is a great way to have it continue, to have it to grow. It's been a great program for me, and I've learned a lot, not just about Keith's career and about working with GIS, but with a lot of different careers around NOAA. We've had great webinars where people have been so generous as to present to us the Hollings preparation program interns and allow us to reach out to them with questions we have about working for NOAA and in their career. It's been a great experience, and writing a blog post was a great way to share that information with the target audience that I was trying to reach. We also worked to plan out we worked to roll out this plan through social media as our main source of publication. That's a place where a lot of our target audience spends their time, Twitter, Facebook, and different social media outlets. So I worked with the Inouye Regional Center communications staff in order to develop professional and attractive publication for our story map and for my blog posts in order to get interaction and to most effectively reach our target audience. And during this process, I learned a lot about working with a large organization, what it means to have to review your document to make sure that it is up to the standards of a large organization and that it's neutral and carries the message that you want it to across the public. It was a great experience, and yeah, it was awesome. So I've mentioned GIS a lot. Some people might not exactly know what that is. So geospatial information systems is used for analyzing data sets visually. It's kind of a basic overview of it. And at NOAA, that's what it's used for a lot, from mapping locations of commercial fishing lines in the open ocean to monitoring the health of coral reefs in Kaneohe Bay. Visual data is great for opening new doors for analysis and connecting that analysis to new audiences. And story maps is a great way to combine this visual data analysis and also reach the audience through an interesting narrative. So as I was Using ArcGIS Online, I learned about map building basics and how to put these maps together, the workflow of creating maps through ArcGIS, and understanding the applications. I haven't yet had a GIS class at Manoa yet. I will be having one this fall semester. So getting my feet wet and learning the software was a great experience. And it's prepared me, I think, for the future GIS classes that I'm going to have at UH1O. So in conclusion, NOAA's mission of science, service, and stewardship will soon be upheld by today's high school and college students who have a passion to work with marine sciences. And connecting with these students in Hawaii today and informing them about the wide range of marine science careers available at NOAA in Hawaii can inspire these students to explore their careers that NOAA has to offer and maybe discover something, a career that was made for them that they didn't previously know about. Story Map was an effective way to make this connection because it is accessible and informative for these students by being interactive and published through social media. And spotlighting Keith's personal background as a local fisherman and his career path with local fisheries, or NOAA fisheries, where he was able to combine his passion as an avid fisherman with his career as a fisheries extension agent, can help connect with students in Hawaii who may have a passion for fishing or something else and want to combine that with a possible interest or passion or career with NOAA. Sorry. Next steps. If we are able to connect with students through a story map like this, that would be great. Even with one student, it would be a great success. And if they're interested in learning about more careers that maybe the public doesn't know about as much with NOAA, further outreach would be great. Maybe more story maps, more career spotlights, more social media publications, more blog posts from different interns or different people in their careers with NOAA to inform these kids about the opportunities that they could have to intern with NOAA, maybe pursue a career with NOAA, and just try to explore what NOAA Fisheries has to offer here in Hawaii for these students. So I'd like to thank Celeste Hanley, my mentor, for helping me out with this a lot. Keith Kamikawa, Fisheries Extension Agent, and Joseph Bennington Castro, Jessica Tuifongu, and the whole communications team at the IRC. They were really great in helping me out with this. There's any time for questions, I'd be happy to check those out.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for sharing, Kainoa. We definitely have time for questions. If you guys have any, feel free to chat them. We had a nice comment from Kim Lowe saying, so nice to see active engagement with the fishing public, big audience with passion for your work, nice project. I fully agree. I think, we talk so much about engaging, the next generation. And I really love that you highlighted Keith's story. And I feel like a story map is such a nice way to do it. So thank you so much for building this. And we will definitely share it as widely as we can. And yeah, nice work. Anybody else have questions for Kainoa before we move on?
Thanks so much, everyone.
Yeah, great presentation. Hopefully we can all keep in touch. I was actually curious, how did you find out about the Hollings Prep program?
So back in January before COVID, I went to a career fair because I'd heard that Hawaiian Airlines was going to be there, and I was kind of interested at the time, like, oh, being a pilot could be cool. And then I saw NOAA was there, and so I went over and I saw what they had, and I met Celeste. This is the only time I've ever met her in person, and she gave me a little flyer about the Hollings preparation program, and I was like, this looks really cool. So I just applied, and now here I am.
That's so great. I'm glad that it worked out and that you were still able to do it remotely. Okay, we will go ahead and move on then if we don't have any other questions. Definitely please check out Kainoa's story map. It is amazing. You did such a nice job on it. Okay, so I'm going to pass it on over to our next presenter, and we're going to have a break after this. So we'll go a little bit over schedule, but we'll take a break around 10:50 and then reconvene again for our last session at 11. So our next speaker is Tehani Malter, also from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. And she's also with our Hollings Prep program, and her mentor is Leon Geschwind, basically working across line offices. So she can tell us more about what she's been working on. I'll go ahead and hand it off to you, Tehani.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound
Okay.
great.
Perfect. Trying to upload my screen here. Okay. Does that look okay?
It's still loading on my end. Yeah, there it goes. Looks good.
Okay.
So if you can just put in full screen, yeah. It's just taking a minute. I think we are overloading our systems. We're asking a lot of them.
Definitely. Okay, there we go.
There we
Actually,
go.
okay.
Looks good.
Okay. So hi everyone, my name is Tihani Malter. Again, I'm one of the Hollings Prep Program interns for this summer. And my project is on interactive education and sense of place in the age of social distancing. Thing is not, okay, there we go. So I was also born and raised on the island of Oahu in Mauna Loa or Hawaii Kai. I graduated from Kamehameha School's Kapalama in 2019. I'm currently a rising sophomore at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, where I'm studying global environmental science. And I'm currently a HPP or Hollings Prep Program intern for the summer 2020. I'm really interested in conservation and restoration, especially for native species and connected to Hawaiian culture. So my project this summer is centered around the NOAA IRC, as many of you are probably familiar with, the Inouye Regional Center. The IRC is located on Ford Island in Pearl Harbor on the island of Oahu. It was completed in 2014 to achieve the mission of One NOAA, or to kind of unify and provide a greater sense of collaboration between the different NOAA branches that operate within the Pacific region. So a problem that many of us have been facing this summer is the COVID-19 pandemic. So the project that I've been helping with has kind of been geared to address this problem. The COVID-19 pandemic has greatly limited students' access to in-person resources. So my project this summer is addressing the question, how can we teach students about the IRC in a way that they don't have to risk their health by coming down to the IRC in person? And the solution to this issue was to create a 360 virtual reality tour. So I began this process of developing this project through research. So I used many online resources, including a cultural and historical report of the Ewamoku, which is the district in which the IRC is located. And that report was by Kamehameha Schools. And I also used a native plant database and many other online resources to research my project. From there, I was able to create a tour script from the notes from my research. After I knew kind of what the layout of my project was going to be, I went down to the IRC for the first time with my mentor, Leon Jeschwind, and I was able to collect the 360 images for my tour, like the one you see here. This is an image of the Hawaiian Star Compass, which is located in the back of the IRC. This is a 180 image, so it looks kind of warped right now, but once you put it in the correct software, it appears how it should be, and you can navigate around the image easily. So once I had the images and I knew the content that I wanted for my tour, I learned how to use Adobe Captivate, which is the main software that I used for tour development. And in Adobe Captivate, I was able to compile the images from the IRC, my research, and the content that I wanted to, and a bunch of different other tools as well that I'll go over later. But that's the main software that I had to learn how to use, and that's mostly what I've been working with this summer. From there, I created a first draft of my project, and I was able to present that draft last week at the PROGS meeting, or the Pacific Region Outreach Group, and they gave me a bunch of valuable feedback. So from then, I've just been modifying it and developing a second draft, which is the current version of the project. Currently, I'm in step 6, moving into step 7 of the process, which is obtaining feedback and further modifying it. And I hope to be able to complete the project and have a final version of my project by next week, which is when my internship finishes. So the objective of this tour, there's quite a few objectives, but first and foremost is to teach students grades 5 through 12 about the IRC and NOAA as a whole, to create a sense of place for the students. Creating a sense of place was kind of a big issue, especially because students aren't able to physically be at the IRC. So the big question was, how can we provide a sense of place using other methods? And a big way that I think I was able to incorporate a sense of place and provide a sense of place was by incorporating Hawaiian culture and history. So another objective for this tour became teaching Hawaiian culture, history, and language. Another objective is to provide an interactive learning tool for students that also engages them and keeps them interested and makes them want to learn more. And all of this connects to a part of NOAA's mission statement, which is to share knowledge and information with others. So my project definitely, similar to Kainoa's project, works with reaching out to the community and getting them kind of interested in what NOAA does, especially the IRC. So to accomplish these objectives, I included a variety of different elements into the project. First is Ahupua'a. So I did a lot of research involving the Ahupua'a of the Ewa district, which is where the IRC is located. The IRC is actually on Fort Island, which you can see right here. It's in the middle of Pearl Harbor. And then around Pearl Harbor, there are many Ahupua'a. So this is an example of one of the images that I included in my tour. This is the Ahupua'a of Kalawao. And you can see this is where the NOAA IRC is located. So I included knowledge of Ahupua'a and some mo'olelo, which are legends of the area. And this really helped to provide a sense of place for students. There is a knowledge check quiz at the end of the tour. So just to make sure everyone is getting what they should be getting out of the tour. There's a native plant scavenger hunt along the way, which teaches students the Hawaiian names of native plants, the scientific names, and as well as some of the uses for the plants. There is olelo no eau throughout the tour, such as this one, which is Hona'ale Awai Kamoa'e, which again attributes to the sense of place. This olelo no eau translates to Ewa is disturbed by the mo'e wind. Native Hawaiians traditionally had names for the weather patterns of each area of Oahu. For example, the mo'e wind is the name of the wind of the Ewa moku. And this wind was known for rippling the waters of Ewa, or the waters of Pearl Harbor. So that's what that olelo no eau is related to. And including olelo no eau in my project also helped, again, to provide a sense of place. And embedded audio and images throughout the tour help keep students engaged and make them want to learn more as well. So this is just a quick screen recording of what it kind of looks like once you're in the tour. This is the opening slide, and students can kind of navigate themselves by clicking and dragging around the 360 image. And throughout the tour, there's icons that they can click on. This is the pili grass, one of the native plants of the IRC. That's just some information on the pili grass, and that's what students see when they select those icons. And then again, there's just different icons that they can click by rotating around. And it's a really self-guided tour. It's not really guided by any narration or anything like that. Students can just kind of go at their own pace, which I think is probably preferable for most people. And again, this is just the pohinahina, which is another native plant located at the IRC. This is another quick screen recording of what it looks like on a different slide. This is the Hawaiian Star Compass located in the back of the IRC. And the star compass was used traditionally to help Polynesian navigators navigate throughout the Pacific without the use of any modern compasses or navigational instruments. So the star compass has different star houses, and information about these star houses is also present in the tour, which again incorporates Hawaiian culture. So this is Hikina which is east, and also Akal, which is north, which was the previous text bubble. And you can kind of rotate around to see the different houses on the star compass. And yeah. This is another screen grab or screenshot of another part of the tour. As you can see, students can click on the Ahupua'a icons to hear narrations about different special places within each Ahupua'a, and different mo'olelo, or legends or stories related to gods and goddesses and different people and events which occurred in each area. This is an olelo no eao, alahula o pu'uloa he ala hele na ka'ahupahau, which translates to everywhere in Pu'uloa is the trail of Ka'ahupahau. Ka'ahupahau is the shark goddess who is said to have inhabited Pu'uloa or Pearl Harbor, and she is the guardian of the people who lived in Pu'uloa, and she protected them from evil sharks. This is just the final slide of the English version of the tour, and as I mentioned before, there's a knowledge check quiz at the end, which looks something like this. And I also included Olelo Hawaii or Hawaiian language into the tour. I actually created a English version of the tour and a duplicate version, which is completely in Hawaiian. As was mentioned in some of the previous presentations, during the time of the Hawaiian Kingdom, Hawaii was a very extremely literate nation. But throughout the late 1800s and 1900s, Olelo Hawaii was banned and almost forgotten. So it's extremely important to continue perpetuating and normalizing Hawaiian language. I personally took 4 years of Hawaiian language in high school at Kamchatka, Kapalama, and I'm hoping to continue learning at UH. But not only is it important to use Hawaiian language to perpetuate and normalize it, but it also provides a much deeper sense of a deeper meaning and sense of place for the tour. Usually Native Hawaiians named places after people who lived in the area or notable events that happened in the area. And my tour explains a lot of that as well. But knowing the name of a place, the traditional name of a place, gives you like a key to telling the story of the Aina, the land, and Kanaka. So in light of all of those elements, I created translations from the English script. So I had an English script of the tour content that I wanted to publish. And from then I translated all of it to Hawaiian. I'm not fluent myself, but I do have 4 years of class experience, but I received revisions and further translation assistance from some of my peers whose first language is Hawaiian language and who graduated from Hawaiian immersion schools. So for the Hawaiian version of the tour, this is what the opening slide looks like. And as you can see, it's just the same tour content, but just in Olelo Hawaii. Again, this is a quick recording of what it looks like in the Hawaiian version of the tour. Again, basically the same thing. This is the Hawaiian Star Compass again in the back of the IRC. And when you click on the icons, it will show you the same tour content again in Olelo Hawaii. Again, this is the end of the tour, and there's a knowledge check quiz in Olelo Hawaii as well. So some of the technology that I used to develop these tours included the Insta360 camera, which was completely new to me. I had to learn how to use that. But that is a camera that I used to capture the 180 and 360 images once I went to the IRC with Leon. I also utilized Google Maps Pro, which helped me with the imaging for the Ahupua'a. It provided an aerial view from the perspective of the IRC. Again, Adobe Captivate, which I used to develop the tour. And I also had some challenges with translation, but again, I had some help from my peers. And Leon was a great help to me with all of the technological issues that I went through. And he's very well-versed in those issues. So he was able to provide me with suggestions and different tools that I might want to incorporate. The next steps, I'm just going to be finishing up my internship next week. These tours will be used as distance education tools by NOAA. Now, I'd really appreciate it if anyone would be willing to view the tours available at these links and complete a feedback form just for the final version of my project. And I just ask that the form be completed by Monday, August 17th, which is next week, Monday. Thank you so much to Leon and Celeste, who are my mentors, for this opportunity this summer, and everyone who provided feedback and helped with my project development. If anyone has any questions, there's my email. And yeah, I think I can put the links as well for the feedback form and the project if anyone's willing to give me feedback. But thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Tehani. This is such an amazing tool. I think everybody's really excited about it. If you check out the chat, there's a lot of interest in this, and I think we can definitely help you like share this as widely as possible because I think it's an amazing tool, especially given the virtual world that we're living in. Leon popped the links, both the English and the Hawaiian version, into the chat. So you guys please check that out. It sounds like some of you have already checked it out. We did have a couple of questions. So Celeste was wondering whose voice we're hearing in the narration elements of the tour.
Yeah, so my mom is actually, I thought she had a much better narration voice than I do. So I asked her to narrate the English version of the tour, but then on the Hawaiian version, it's my voice.
Wow, that's really great. And we had another question from Jim. This would be a very useful, oh, sorry. This would be a very useful resource for faculty as we move to online teaching. And could you give us a sense of how long the tour runs? Could this occupy a visitor's attention for an hour, or do they design these for a variety of attention spans?
Yeah, as I kind of mentioned, it's kind of more exploratory, so students can really go at their own pace. I would say 10 to 15 minutes typically, but people can take more time if they need to, or they can just go through it more quickly if they want to as well.
Great. And then we also had Risa was curious if you have tested this with VR goggles, if there's a potential for that since it is 3D.
I haven't tested it yet. I know it works on regular desktop, but I think it should work on VR goggles as well, but I can definitely check on that too.
Great. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. And again, you guys, we will be providing contact info for all of our interns so you guys can reach out to them if you have extra questions. At this point, we're going to go ahead and take a break. It's going to be a 7-minute break, but we will reconvene at 11 o'clock, and that'll be the last session for our symposium. So we'll hope to see you guys back here in just a few minutes at 11 o'clock. Thank you so much, Tehani, and to everyone else who presented. So far, so good. I'm so excited for all of these projects.
Ali, to share my screen, do I go to switch to desktop app?
I was on mute that whole time. So we won't be starting until 11, but I'll be passing over presenter privileges to you, and then you should be able to share your screen.
Okay, thank you so much.
I can do that now if you want to try it out. Okay, you should have presenter privileges now and be able to share your screen. You'll see a little button at the bottom that says share content. Is that working? Okay, there we go. Cool. So yeah, we'll just, I'll pass it off to you after we kick it off at 11 o'clock.
Thank you, appreciate it.
No problem. Okay. It is 11 o'clock. I think we'll go ahead and get started for the last session of our virtual intern symposium. For those of you that just joined us, feel free to chat in any questions that you have for our interns, and we will try to pass that along when we have time after the presentation is over. We will also have this recorded, so if you're interested in getting a copy of that recording or want to share it with anybody, reach out to myself or Dawn, and we will be able to get that to you. So we're going to go ahead and kick it off with Sonoma Boynton. So she is from the University of Hawaii Maui College, and she's actually not with a specific internship program. She's a student assistant with the Turtle program there, and she's going to tell us all about what she's been working on this summer. So I'll go ahead and hand it off to Sonoma.
Thank you, Allie. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, looks great.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So hello everybody. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. And thank you again, Allie, for the wonderful introduction. My name is Sonoma Boynton, and today I'm going to present to you my work on cup decomposition rates in saltwater and go over my role as a student assistant for sea turtles. As a student assistant, I work with NOAA, UHMC, and MOCMI on sea turtle rescue and response. With COVID-19, my role as a student assistant has been moved to be an at-home position until the pandemic can be declared safe enough to return to work in person. I'm sure many of you are experiencing the same thing right now. With that being said, I would like to tell all of you about my role as a student assistant as it would be outside of a pandemic, so you can get an idea of some of the work I was doing and what the position would look like normally. The student assistant position was created to help any sea turtle response or research or outreach that is being conducted in the area with the NOAA-approved organizations. Currently, I work under MOCMI to respond to sick or injured sea turtles and to help decrease marine debris that might injure them in the future. The first part of my job is sea turtle stranding and response. MOCMI gets calls through the turtle hotline that I answer. These calls will tell me if a turtle is injured, has FP tumors, or is just basking. If the turtle is basking, I will fill out a basking report with as much information as possible. If it is something more serious, I alert the team with information about the turtle's size, injury, location, and any other information that was given. Then the MOCMI team and I will head out to respond to the turtle. With severe injuries like the one seen in the first photo, we will take the turtle back to the lab to have a clean and quiet environment to treat the injury. Once treated, the turtle will be tagged through a motor tool on its shell, as can be seen in the second photo. This is done with a Dremel, a process that is similar to getting your nails done. The alphanumeric engraving will be filled in with white paint that is safe to the turtle and is expected to last up to a year. The turtle will also have a tag inserted into its hind flipper, and this tag is about the size of a grain of rice and does not hurt the turtle. Once the turtle is tagged, it can be released back to the ocean. In the case that the injury is too severe, the turtle will be shipped to the NOAA veterinary facility for further assessment before being shipped back to us for release. During my time as a student assistant, I also worked on the fishing line recycling program. This program makes it easy for fishermen to dispose of their line instead of letting it find its way into the reef. We have 37 fishing line collection bins spread out throughout the island of Maui in popular fishing spots. We collect the line from these bins on a weekly basis and then measure and sort the line to figure out how much line we have. Since June of 2018, over 5 miles or 48,000 meters of line has been collected and sent off to the Berkeley Institute to be recycled. This program has helped keep line out of the reefs and off of the turtles. Monofilament, however, is one of many bits of marine debris that pollute our reefs. Another commonly found item are cups. In Maui, thousands of boat tour companies go out in the water a day to offer tours such as snorkeling, parasailing, whale watching, and many more. On many of these tours, food and drink are offered. Since boating companies have realized that every time they go out, something flies off the boat, they have begun to switch to eco cups as a replacement to plastic. Eco cups are made from PLA, which stands for polylactic acid. According to Sustainable Island Products, these cups can take up to 2 months to decompose in an industrial composter, 6 months to a year to decompose in a natural compost pile, and up to 10 years to decompose on the side of a road. There was, however, little information known on how these cups would break down in salt water, and yet so many marine tours were turning to the cup that has the potential to take up to 10 years to break down in the salt water. I decided that I wanted to go forth and test these eco cups in salt water. So my hypothesis was the decomposition rate of eco cups in seawater will not exceed the rate of decomposition on land. For this experiment, I used a regular plastic cup, 3 different brands of PLA eco cups, 2 paper cups, one with a styrofoam exterior and one with a plastic lining interior, and 2 PLA containers. I chose these containers due to their popular use in today's world and to see the decomposition rates in comparison to the eco cups. For my methods and materials, we attached the cups to the platforms using zip ties. These platforms were held up by PVC pipes. During the process of decomposition, the cups began to fill with air, and so to prevent them from floating, we placed dive weights onto the platforms. LED aquarium lights were timed to match the natural photo period to give the sensation as if it was actually in the ocean. And during this process, the temperature, pH, and salinity were taken to ensure consistency and that the levels would match as close to the natural ocean as possible. This experiment was conducted in the back of the MOC lab. The results from this experiment showed that the eco cups and PLA containers did not break down, though they did collect a fair amount of algae throughout this process, which was a problem throughout the experiment and was something that we were constantly having to try to clean out of the tank. We kept the cups in there for 2 months, and throughout those 2 months, the PLA material cups and containers didn't show any signs of breaking down. The paper cups in the tank, however, did begin to decompose within the first 2 weeks of being in the tank, and even though they also had to combat algae, their decomposition rates were much more visible and progressive than the PLA cups. At this time, I would say eco cups may not be the solution for marine tour companies. For 2 problems as to in the time of 2 months we didn't see it decompose at all or break down. And for the second problem that we do not have an industrial composter on the Hawaiian Islands that would be needed to handle such a high load of cups and be able to properly break them down in the most efficient amount of time. I would recommend for marine tour companies to either have people bring their own water bottles onto the boat to use for their drinks, offer a reusable option such as a cup or mug that could be collected and washed at the end of each tour, or use a non-plastic lined paper cup that, if it should fly over the side of the boat, could easily break down within a week or 2 of being lost to sea. Here's a list of my references, and I would like to thank Thomas Cutt from the Marine Institute, Alyssa Martin from the Marine Institute, Donna Brown from the University of Hawaii Maui College, Chandel Brunson from NOAA Fisheries, and Cameron Allen from NOAA Fisheries. Thank you. Do you have any questions or time for questions?
Thank you so much, Sonoma. We definitely have time for questions. So we did have a question from Jim, who asked, I'm curious whether UV light could also be playing a role, and maybe try this again under natural sunlight instead of LEDs. Might make for an interesting follow-up. Did you have any thoughts on that?
You know, that is a really interesting idea to do it under natural sunlight, and I definitely think it's worth looking into, because I know the UV light doesn't necessarily exactly copy natural sunlight, and I just the place that we were doing the experiment in had a problem with being very dusty, which is why we chose to do it in a covered area with UV light versus natural sunlight. But I think if I were to try it again, it would be interesting to try it with natural sunlight.
I see. Okay, great. Well, yeah, it's just, these eco products that are coming out are definitely being advertised in a certain way. And so it's really good that people like you are out there testing to see, exactly what they're going to look like after 2 months of being under sunlight. So I think it's really valuable research that you're working on.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Did anybody else have questions for Sonoma? We have a few minutes. And as you guys will see in the chat, there is the mentor statement that was written by Cameron Allen, as well as Sonoma's local supervisor, Donna Brown. So go ahead and take a look at that. And if we don't have any other questions, we'll go ahead and move on to our next presenter. Thank you so much, Sonoma. I really appreciate you joining our internship little cohort this summer. We really enjoyed having you in all of our webinars, and it's been really nice just getting to know you. Hopefully we can meet in person one of these days.
Thank you. I enjoyed being able to join in with everyone.
Great. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and move it along to our next presenter. So we have Tehani Lewis Perkins, also from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. So she's actually an independent intern working with a couple different groups at NOAA, and she's going to be talking about the permitting process within Papahanaumokuakea. So I'll go ahead and pass it over to Tehani.
Mahalo. Can everyone see my screen, or can they see the presentation?
So I can see the presentation on the right, but I can also see the smaller thumbnail on the left.
Okay. So can I play it? Is it okay?
Yes, now it's full screen.
Okay. Perfect.
Looks good. Thank you.
Okay. So, aloha kākou. My name is Tehani Lewis Perkins, and I am currently a law student at the William S. Richardson School of Law at the University of Hawaii, Manoa. And this summer, I've decided to intern with the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, Papahanaumokuakea, and NOAA Fisheries Pacific Island region to look at an ongoing process and project of looking at the different permitting structures and process for Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument. Okay, so this is going to have a lot of legal jargon, so just letting you all know as a kind of a precursor. So first we'll start with establishing Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument. And so Presidential Proclamation 8031 in 2006 established Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument to protect and preserve the marine area of the northwestern Hawaiian Islands and the historic and scientific objects therein. The proclamation prohibits certain activities within the monument while allowing for certain regulated activities through permits. This proclamation also established co-management of Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument between the state of Hawaii, the Secretary of Commerce, and the Secretary of the Interior and OHA. So here are our co-management trustees. There is NOAA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, State of Hawaii through the Division of Aquatic Resources and the Division of the Department of Forestry and Wildlife and Department of Aquatic Resources and the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. So there are generally 3 other legal authorities in addition to the presidential proclamation that give Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument regulatory power other than, as I said, the presidential proclamation. These include the Hawaii Administrative Rules, the United States Code, and the Code of Federal Regulations. Each authority gives restrictions that the various coal management agencies are allowed to make. Hawaii Administrative Rules regulates the law and policy of the state of Hawaii, and the United States Code is generally a consolidation of the general and permanent laws of the U.S., while the Code of Federal Regulations gives federal departments and agencies the authority to create rules. So Papahanaumokuakea within the Code of Federal Regulations receives its authority from Title 50 under Wildlife and Fisheries. So Papahanaumokuakea issues 6 different types of permits. These permits include research, education, conservation and management, Native Hawaiian practices, special ocean use, and recreation. Each permit needs to follow different types of criteria and conditions. The monument permitting criteria is established through the Presidential Proclamation 8031, as well as monument regulations at Code of Federal Regulations, Chapter 50, Part 404.11. So all applicants are required to meet all monument findings and review criteria that are in line with the goals of the monument. So this is just an image of myself being one of the first Native Hawaiian youths in general to go up to the Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument. And we were on a Native Hawaiian practice and a special ocean use permit. Let's see. As I said before, each applicant is required to meet the general permitting criteria and may be subject to various permitting conditions. These include general conditions, special conditions, as well as best management practices. General conditions apply to all permits, while special conditions may apply to permits depending on what activities they are permitted to do. Best management practices, on the other hand, are attached to permit applications in order to demonstrate that the permittee can comply with the best management practices to safeguard the resources of the monument. So first, I'll talk about the general conditions. There are 25 general conditions for permits endorsed by the Monument Management Board for Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument. There are 2 major legal authorities, other than the presidential proclamation that I mentioned before, that allow for permittees to access the monument. These include Chapter 50 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 404.4A2, as well as Section 404.11A. These provide that the permits are required to enter the monument. So these allow this permitting process to occur. In addition, it allows the secretaries to issue such terms and conditions as they deem appropriate for permits. So it allows the co-management trustees to create different conditions for each permit. And all 25 conditions must be followed by each permittee. There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Every single condition must be followed. So here's an example of some of the language of the general condition. This is general condition number 9. This general condition highlights entry and exit of the monument. It's important because it notifies the managers of who is in the monument at all times. And it's actually a really important safety feature, but also allows the management team to do any briefings before entry and exit of the monument. Next is special conditions. Special permit conditions are applied on a case-by-case basis depending on the nature of the permit. So depending on what types of activities the permittee is seeking to do within the monument. For instance, at French frigate shows, there's a high population of monk seals and pup pairs there. So a Marine Mammal Protection Act permit or a special condition would apply to this permit in some instances to protect the monk seals and protect these pup pairs from being separated or what we call a taking occurring. In the next few slides, you'll see a breakdown of the language of the special conditions and the agency subject matter, or area in the monument that it applies to. So first is the State Department of Land and Natural Resources Special Conditions. So DLNR is governed by Hawaii Administrative Rules Section 13. This allows for DLNR to have power as an organ of the state of Hawaii. An example of the DLNR conditions include the Board of Land and Natural Resources authority to require additional permit terms and conditions as necessary. Under DLNR's authority, they have a co-management trustee to ensure that permanent activities protect Papahana Mokuakea. Next would be the Midway Atoll Special Conditions. These conditions apply specifically to Midway Atoll National Wildlife Refuge and the Battle of Midway National Memorial. These special conditions are governed by both the United States Code and the Code of Federal Regulations, because Midway is both a National Wildlife Refuge and a National Memorial. An example of a Midway Atoll condition is that all shoes and luggage is inspected for invasive species prior to departure or immediate arrival to Midway. This ensures that we still uphold the goal of the creation of the monument, which is to protect the endangered, at-risk, and native species within the monument, and to ensure that there's no invasive species introduced. Next is the invasive species related conditions. So these special conditions are to prevent the spread of invasive species in Papahana Mokuakea. They are all governed by Chapter 50 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 404.6c. An example of a special condition that applies to invasive species is the one I have bolded on my screen, which is vessels, gear, and personal items must be inspected upon departure from NOAA to ensure that items are free of alien species. Papahana Mokuakea is pristine, as many of you know, so any introduction of any invasive species into the monument can be extremely detrimental to the ecosystem and the endemic species within the monument. There are lots of rare, endangered, and threatened species, and this condition protects them from any harm from any invasive species. As you can tell, Papahana Mokuakea is Marine National Monument, and all the co-management agencies and even the laws that government really want to protect it. And that's why these are all set. Next is Marine Mammal Protection Act and the Endangered Species Act, special conditions. Under the Marine Mammal Protection Act and Endangered Species Act, both prohibit the taking of designated animals in the U.S. The Marine Mammal Protection Act protects specifically mammals, while the Endangered Species Act focuses on the individual endangered or threatened species and their ecosystems. Within the monument, the special conditions are governed by Chapter 16 of the United States Code, which governs in the Endangered Species Act. In addition, Chapter 50 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 18, also is a legal authority for this. Two examples of special conditions and kind of the legal jargon is that all work will be postponed unless specified in permit when whales and other protected species are within 200 meters of the ship. Vessels will resume mapping operations after animals depart from the area. In addition, if a marine protected species enters the area while work is in progress, the activity may continue if there is no reasonable expectation for adverse effects on animals. So once again, this is just another safeguard for not only the animals and the ecosystem, but also to protect and ensure that there's this legal background for it as well. Next is the conservation conditions to uphold the purpose of the monument. There are special conditions. So here is a list of the conservation motivated provisions that provide safeguards to protect the monument. This is governed by Chapter 50 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 404.11d1-2. This special condition emphasizes to do minimal amount of damage no matter what permit you're trying to acquire. An example is there's no digging or excavating at Mokumanamana because there's a potential for unexploded ordinances. So even if you have a permit to go onto Mokumanamana, you have to make sure you're not digging, you're not excavating. This is just another layer of protection for Papahana Mokuakea. Another is reporting conditions and special conditions. So Chapter 50 of the Federal Codes of Regulations, Section 404.11, governs the reporting procedures for activities within Papahanaumokuakea. These are very specific reporting conditions that do not fall under general conditions or the general permitting criteria. This data is collected to help managers understand the conditions of the monument. The permittees that are allowed into the monument are, in lack of a better words, the eyes and ears on the field. So the special condition is meant to help managers understand data and permitting activity while in the monument. And next is collaboration with refuge managers. So the permittee is mandated by Chapter 50 of the Code of Federal Regulations to coordinate activities with refuge managers, and these are the different refuge manager locations included in bold. So basically all of the islands. And of course, there's miscellaneous conditions that do not fall under the larger categories, and each of the conditions has a different legal authority. An example is that salvaged migratory bird specimens need to be deposited with Iolani Palace, the Native Hawaiian Working Group, Cultural Group for Papahanaumokuakea or OHA as educational, cultural, and or scientific use only. Any other use is not allowed, and all the bird parts need to be destroyed. So then we move into best management practices, which I know that I'm running out of time, so I'm just kind of going to breeze through them. So just to kind of give a big overview, best management practices are attached as conditions to the permits. There are generally two legal authorities, and that's Chapter 50 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 404, which establishes, once again, regulations within the monument. This allows for co-management trustees to have the authority to take necessary action to prevent the spread of introduced species in the monument. So each one is divided into larger co-management trustees. We have the United States Fish and Wildlife, which takes care of national wildlife refuges and the living organisms and their habitat. And here are some of the BMPs. We also have NOAA, which, as we all know, has a large role in an authority. And basically it's to ensure, other than boating operations and diving activities and marine wildlife viewing guidelines, that there's no taking, which include injury or disruption, so disruption of the animal's normal life. We have the refuge manager, who essentially has the authority to determine whether the permittee's actions suffice to be allowed compatible use. They're not allowed to change the permit or give a new use to the permit. They're just there to make sure that the permittee does what they permitted for. We also have joint authority. As you can imagine, within the monument, it's not just one different organization for each designated area. Everybody works together, and that's why this is so successful, and why Papahanaumokuakea can be seen as a model for other marine sanctuaries across the world. And here's some joint authority stuff. And then, of course, NIHOA specifically just has joint authority, and different organizations have different hands in it, different co-management trustees. And so each has a different layer of protection, which ensures that these areas get protected. And then finally, we have maritime heritage sites, which establishes a consultation process for certain activities at historic or cultural sites. So in conclusion, Papahanaumokuakea is significant to so many different people because of the physical overlap of all the different stakeholders involved in the monument. As a Kanaka scholar myself, to have the opportunity to understand and really dive into the permitting process was crucial for my understanding of modern-day access and management. Throughout this process, I was able to see how the co-management trustees place so much value on access, and I've gone to lengths to codify the permitting process and ensure that all this protection is written into law. Papahanaumokuakea is a model for any marine protected areas around the world, and it's thanks to the many contributing groups, including government agencies, state agencies, and Native Hawaiians, and all the kupuna have come before us who have contributed to this to ensure that this is protected for generations to come. And I can't help to think that as somebody who's gone into the monument so many years ago when I was young, and now that I'm here and I'm looking at the permitting process and understanding what got me to that place in the first place, and now this very place, Papahanaumokuakea, is connecting me and is establishing a foundation for my legal journey within the law. So I just want to give a quick shout out to Kalani and Hoku. Mahalo for your kokua, and I'm very thankful for this opportunity that I have. Mahalo.
Thank you so much, Tehani. That was amazing. I feel like so many of us, you know, we apply for permits and we need them to do research, but we don't really understand the nitty gritty. And so it's really good to have someone like you working on this and educating us. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure we have time for any questions because it is 11:30 and we have 2 more presentations to get through. But again, you guys are will be able to reach out to Tehani via email if you have any follow-up questions or want to know more about the work that she's doing. So thanks again for that presentation. That was awesome. Okay, we are going to move along to our next presenter. So I'd like to introduce Anna Grimes. She is from the University of North Texas, and she is a Pathways intern with the National Weather Service. And so she's going to be talking to us about tsunamis. So I'll go ahead and pass it off to Anna. You should be able to present your screen now or share your screen. Great.
Okay, I believe y'all can see it. Okay, so hi, I'm Anna. I am a master's student at UNT, and this summer I was with the Caribbean Tsunami Warning Program over in Puerto Rico, and I mainly focus on guidelines for a multi-annual community tsunami exercise program. The purpose of this guide was to provide community leaders with the methodology and tools which are both easy to grasp and use in preparing, conducting, and evaluating a multi-annual tsunami exercise program. It's relevant for individuals that would be directly exposed to the effects of a tsunami, local government, schools, hotels, and businesses. This guide highlights that a progressive and long-term approach is needed, which includes the development of a multi-annual exercise program for communities. Okay, so in some background leading into the guide. So in 2013, I take in the New Zealand Emergency Management Agency guideline and conduct and evaluate tsunami wave exercises, which then the IFC and UNESCO made it a part of the manual guide series number 58. And then in 2017, the French Antilles Emergency Management Organization used UNESCO and IOC's manual guide 58 as a base and made a community guidelines for how to plan, conduct, and evaluate community-based tsunami exercises. So UNESCO and IOC translated the French version into English and Spanish. And so during my internship, I have been working with the English translated version with improving the guidelines through altering the terminology, changing the sections, and then adding missing information and providing better examples. So on the left is we have the original version that is in French, and then on the right is the translated UNESCO version. We actually just sent out this version as of Friday for review, so we're waiting to hear back on it until we could go further on with it. And then, so an introduction into the guideline, it's broken up into 4 sections. The first would be preparing for tsunamis. The second is a multi-annual exercise program and how to set one up. Then the third section would be starting and preparing a multi-annual exercise program. And then the fourth is conducting and evaluating the exercise. So section 1, preparing for the tsunamis. The first part of the section goes through the general background of tsunamis, such as the generation, arrival time, and impacts of them. It then goes into the risk awareness, like the warning procedures and identifying the evacuation routes and safety locations. The image on the side is a picture of an induction map that shows the predicted flood areas in yellow, and then the routes to take for evacuation, which are the red arrows inside the yellow, and then the safe locations, which should be the red dots on the map. So that leads us to a vertical evacuation, which Dan had talked about earlier on in the presentation. So vertical evacuation would be evacuating to buildings or structures that are designed as a place of refuge above rising water that has strength and resilience necessary to resist the effects of a tsunami if you can't evacuate or you don't have time to. So the next would be ports and harbors. So when planning community response activities, Port and harbor officials, as well as the Coast Guard, should be involved as they provide the best advice and to follow in regards to boating. So then continuing section 1 in the risk awareness section, we're going to go down into media and practicing. So practicing is beneficial as it allows you to react better when a warning is issued or when there's a real threat. There are different types of practice exercises that we'll go over in section 3. And then for the media, they would have to be involved as it is a way of outreach for the community and also lets them know when there's going to be an exercise or again a real threat event. And so this image shows media coverage over an evacuation event in the French territory in the Caribbean. Section 2, the multi-annual program and how to set one up. A multi-annual exercise program is a suite of exercises taking place over several years related to the hazards of tsunami-related events. The aim of these simulations is to establish a virtuous cycle of constant improvement. The importance of this cycle would be to learn and be reminded of the procedures that the community uses, such as to improve response time and communication and identify any lack of resources. We can see this in the image as it shows the different types of exercises and how they build off one another in a continuous cycle. And then the elements of the program would be the objectives you're wanting to achieve, the different types of exercises, and the evaluation at the end on what you're wanting to improve upon. And then for section 3, starting and preparing a multi-annual exercise program. So in preparing an exercise, there will be 4 teams. The command team, the delivery group, the participants, and the evaluators. So each group will play a different role. The command team will ensure the overall coordination of the exercise. They choose the type of exercise, the preparation and planning, and the resources used. The command team and the delivery group will work together to produce a delivery dossier. Besides the dossier, the delivery group also takes a part in producing the exercises. And then the participants are the individuals taking part in the simulation, so they don't know what the scenario or actions are in the exercise. And then the evaluators evaluate the exercise based on the participants and if the objectives have been achieved. They also observe what needs to be improved upon and what went well. They don't play a role in the exercise besides evaluating it. And then going back to the command team and the delivery group with the delivery dossier, it includes the specification note, synopsis, and timeline. So the specification note summarizes all aspects of the exercise, particularly the objectives, the type of scenario, the time frame, the rules and safety measures. And the synopsis sets out how long the exercise will last and the main phases of its delivery from start to finish. And then the timeline sets out the chronology of the groups of activities that will be introduced to elicit a response from the participants throughout the exercise. And then continuing on with exercise 3 or section 3, we have different types of exercises. So the first one would be drill. And the drill exercise focuses on detailed arrangements for testing specific operations or functions in a single organization, facility, or agency such as hotels and schools. This is different from a full-scale exercise, which is less detailed. So next would be the tabletop. And this exercise can also be referred to as a discussion exercise or desk-based activities. This type of exercise is intended to generate discussion of issues related to the emergency, and the participants are presented with the situation and they formulate the appropriate response or solution. So tabletop exercises may be used to increase public awareness, validating plans, policies, procedures, and training concepts. And then the third exercise would be functional. So this is simulated and takes place in an operational environment that requires participants to perform the functions of their roles. Functional exercises usually focus on testing plans, policies, procedures, and the multi-agency cooperation. And then the last one would be the full-scale exercise, which are used to test all aspects of the warning and emergency management system, such as the practicality and communication methods. So these exercises are to improve operational activities, communications, equipment, resources, interagency cooperation, training personnel, managing the public, and the media. So in the third section, we added better examples to describe the different types of exercises. So if we went back to the delivery dossier, we improved the specification note, the synopsis, and the timeline in the annex. And we also added in the third section a graph and text describing the different types of exercises as it wasn't done prior. And then section 4, conducting and evaluating the exercise. So specific guidance for choosing, preparing, and running an exercise will change depending on the type of exercise selected. So once the exercise is complete, the evaluation team will evaluate it. Usually a form is filled out during or after the exercise. Also, a lessons learned phase is performed and broken into 2 types of phases, hot or cold. And the hot phase is done right after the exercise is completed and gathers information over the opinions from the different teams. So like the command team, delivery team, participants, and the evaluators. And it gathers their opinions over the positive points and what could be improved upon. And then the cold phase is performed several weeks after the exercise and involves less people. This process deals more in detail with the lessons that can be drawn from the exercise, such as the positive, negative aspects of the exercise that was performed. And then our last section would be the annex and references. So we added and improved upon examples and figures in the annex and text to give a better understanding of what was being explained, as well as provided more resources to the reference section. And so we added in a press release and evaluation form, which is on the last slide, and follow when making your objectives, along with some other examples. And so that was it. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can also email me. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Anna.
Yeah.
Aw, is that your puppy?
It is. I forgot to start saying. Yeah.
Mine is currently passed out behind me.
Mhm.
Thank you so much for sharing and for joining us. I forgot to mention at the beginning of this that Anna is actually joining us from Puerto Rico. So we really appreciate you dealing with the time difference and still joining our symposium.
Yeah, I didn't realize my camera was off. But yeah, thank you.
It's been really nice having you and part of the intern group. And we did have one question from Don Kobayashi asking if you could explain the connection between the Caribbean and Hawaii, if there's a connection.
So the Caribbean, we have the Caribbean Tsunami Warning Program, which is under ITIC, which is the International Tsunami Warning Center. And so the ITIC, the Caribbean section follows right beneath it. And so I think all the warnings go through the ITIC department, might be saying that wrong. But the Caribbean section is underneath the international one in Hawaii, if that kind of answers it.
Okay, great. Thank you. And we have a lot of comments here just saying great job, excellent. Thank you for your work and thanks for sharing.
Ooh, no problem. Thank you.
All right. With that, if we don't have any other questions for Anna, we'll go ahead and move on to our last but not least presenter for today's symposium. I'd like to introduce Daylon Mangapit from the University of Southern California. He is a Pathways intern also with the National Weather Service. And so we'll go ahead and pass it over to Daylon so he can wrap up our symposium. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. And so for today's presentation, I'm going to be presenting on the software known as Tide Tools. And it's a software used for calculating and compiling sea level data for tsunami predictions. And I decided to make my presentation about this software because throughout the course of my internship, I was in charge of helping to test out the different updates that have been made to the software. I helped check for if there are any improvements that can be made to, let's say, like the manuals and stuff like that, or if there are any glitches in the software. I also looked for things that can be improved in the graphical user interface. And I also helped to install it on different operating systems such as Linux and Unix. And I also thought it'd be interesting to share because it's a very powerful tool. But with that said, I'm going to go ahead and explain what actually is Tide Tool. And so Tide Tool is a sea level monitoring tool used by the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. And some of its features include measuring the period and amplitude of tsunami waves, predicting tsunami wave arrival times, identifying the location of sea level detection stations around the world. And it also has a feature which allows you to play back tsunamis that have happened historically. So in this slide, I included a screenshot of the graphical interface of tide tools, specifically in the Pacific Ocean region. And the different colored dots signify the different sea level detection stations around the world. So as you can see, it's pretty comprehensive, and there's a lot of stations that the software gets its information from. And also, in this screenshot in particular, it's simulating what would happen if an earthquake were to occur off the coast of Chile. So you'll see like a dotted lines that signify the different lengths or different durations of times that it would take to reach certain areas around the Pacific. So if an earthquake were to happen off the coast of Chile, it would take about 17 hours to reach the coast of Australia, 14 hours to reach the Hawaiian Islands, and so on and so forth. I also included a screenshot of the sea level data that you would see if you were to look at a specific station, and that would be on the bottom screenshot. And the red line signifies the information of the observed tide height, and the black line would signify the information of the detided wave height, which is if what you would get if you were to remove geographical or atmospheric factors such as like the gravitational pull of the moon and sun and stuff like that. In addition to that, I also wanted to include that it's a very comprehensive software in that it doesn't just encompass the Pacific Ocean. It encompasses information from the Atlantic, Caribbean, and Indian Ocean as well. So it's a pretty comprehensive software. And going along that, what we can do with this information with Tide Tool is we can confirm the existence or non-existence of destructive tsunami waves. And we can also use the information we retrieved to revise, validate, or cancel forecasts. So going back to the example of if an earthquake were to happen off the coast of Chile, maybe in the first couple hours or minutes, you may say that the wave heights seem to be very destructive. So if they reach Hawaii, it could cause a lot of damage. And in that case, Hawaii may issue a tsunami warning. But with tide tools, we can track if that wave height sustains throughout the Pacific Ocean. And if it does, we'll keep that tsunami warning. If the wave height goes lower, we may revise it and say, oh, it's just a tsunami advisory now. But in any case, this is very important for tracking the destructiveness, or not destructiveness, but just knowing the wave height of the tsunami waves that are coming. In addition to that, initiating tsunami wave evacuation warnings is very expensive. For the state of Hawaii, as an example, it can cost millions of dollars if we were to issue a tsunami evacuation. And so by using Tide tools, we can understand whether we should initiate that tsunami evacuation warning or if we shouldn't, so that we save millions of dollars. Also, I wanted to add that the image does not depict a real event and is shown for illustrative purposes only. But by using Tide tools, we can help predict if a tsunami wave that high would hit the shore of a city, and we can safely evacuate people in those areas. So in addition to that, using Tide tools, we can provide hazard mitigation and coastal management. So again, we may issue statements saying, or telling people to get to higher ground, or if they have time, if they have boats in harbors, we can tell them to make their boats go out to sea, so that we can so that they can protect their boats and protect the harbors from any damage that the boats may cause if they're still there, if there's time. In addition to that, we can also use the information from Tide tools to identify meteorological and climate phenomena that may be happening. So for instance, storm surges or sea level rising. And then from then, I wanted to talk about how Tide Tools gathers its information. I mentioned that they did gather that they gathered information from sea level stations around the world. So up to date, there are there's about 750 stations around the world that Tide Tools gathers information from in real time. So again, it's pretty comprehensive with its information. And these stations range from coastal sea level stations, which are stations located primarily in shallow waters close to shore. Some of them include bottom pressure sensors, which are like darts, which are located primarily in deep ocean waters. And there are also cabled sensors that Tide Tools gets information from that are located in both intermediate and deep water depths. And then from there, I wanted to go to a live demonstration of how Tide Tools works if you were to use it yourself. The portion of Tide Tools that I'll be bringing up is the Pacific Ocean. Sorry. And as you can see, there again, there's like you can see the different stations around the world, and also just to explain, the different colors just signify the different data latencies that Tide Tools gains information from these stations. So so the white dots signify that Tide Tools receives information from these stations in less than 10 minutes. The green dots signify that Tide Tools gets information from these stations in less than 70 minutes, and so on and so forth. And some of these red dots signify dart buoys. And the reason that it takes greater than 24 hours to really receive information from them is because they're really only programmed to send health status information to the information centers, and they only really transmit sea level data whenever there is an actual tsunami or an actual event happening. But going along the lines of the different sea level stations, one of the features of Tide Tools is you can see the different station codes located around the region. So if you wanted to look at a specific station, you can easily search for them as they're in alphabetical order, and so on and so forth. But for the purposes of this presentation, the one station I wanted to look at in particular was a station off the coast of Kauai, located in Nauili. And I just wanted to show you guys the type of information that you can get from Tide Tools. So the first type of information you can get is based general information about the station. So for instance, you can get its location, Nauili, Kauai. You can get the transmission interval time that it submits data to Tide Tools, which is 6 minutes. And you can also see the exact latitude and longitude of where the station is located. In addition to that, you can also get information about messages that are sent from this station. So any message regarding sea levels or tsunami warnings and stuff like that. In addition to that, you can also see a physical geographical map of where this station is located in the region. And so this particular station in particular is located on the southeastern-ish coast of Kauai. And this is also important to know because it helps in understanding the accuracy of a station. So for instance, if an earthquake were to happen off the north coast of Kauai, this station in particular may not get as accurate of a reading because of where it's located. Because it's surrounded by the landmass of Kauai, it may not get an accurate sea level data reading of the earthquake that happened on the northern part of Kauai. It may give a reading saying that the sea levels are normal, whereas a sea level station located in the northern part of Kauai would give a different reading. So this is very important to know. In addition to that, you can also see the wave level data, as I mentioned before. You can look at the observed tide and the detided tide, and this is also in real time. So right now, the observed tide would be about 0.2 meters, and the detided tide would be about negative 0.5 meters relative to the normal sea level height. But from here, I wanted to showcase my favorite feature about Tide Tool, which is the tsunami travel time feature. And the way that this feature works is there's a command, there's an add-on which allows you to input the source latitude and source longitude of an earthquake. And that would be in this command prompt. And using this command prompt, it would generate an image on your computer to showcase the different tsunami travel, the time it would take for a wave from that earthquake to hit different regions around the world. Also, I wanted to mention that in my internship, I'm also working on making this command prompt more user-friendly and just more modern looking and easier to read. So in this example, I'm going to be illustrating what would happen if a earthquake were to happen off the coast, off of Pongo Pongo, which is located in American Samoa. And so just to show how it would work, you would input the latitude, which would be a negative 14.3, and then the longitude, negative 170.71. And then it would ask you information such as which region is it in? This would be in the Pacific region. What do you want the image to show? We would want this to show the tsunami travel time. But then going from there, there are many different options you would look at, such as like the arc minutes of when the tsunami waves would arrive. But at the end of it all, you would basically get a generated image like this one, which shows how long it would take for a tsunami wave from that earthquake to hit different regions. And so in this case, if an earthquake were to happen in Pongo Pongo, it would take about 12 hours, 13 hours to reach the coast of Chile, about 7 hours to pass the Hawaiian Islands, 6 hours to hit Australia around that time, and so on and so forth. But other than that, that's all I wanted to showcase about Tide Tools. It's a very comprehensive tool and gives great information about tsunami waves that may be coming. But with that said, that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Great. Thank you so much, Dalen.
Thank you.
What an awesome tool. I mean, we all think about tsunamis and the fear of what might happen, but having all of these tools with all this new information is really making you guys so much better at predicting all the different elements of a tsunami. So it's really cool stuff. And I appreciate you sharing and joining our intern cohort throughout the last couple of months. So I did have a question from Leon. He was asking, sorry if I missed this, is Tide Tool data accessible by the public, even just the historical playbacks? I could see it being a great learning tool for students.
For as far as if it's publicly available, I would have to get back on that. To my understanding, I don't believe it is, but I would have to get back on that.
Okay, cool. We can look into it too. And we also had a question from Jim saying, I'm curious if this is a desktop client or does it run on a central server?
The application I'm running is a desktop client. It's retrieving information from the IOC server, since that's where all the information from the sea level stations go towards.
I see. Okay. Great. Do we have any other questions for Dalen before we wrap this up? Oh yeah, and so Dawn just shared the contact info for all of our presenters. So if you guys have follow-up questions for any of them, feel free to shoot out an email. I just wanted to say thank you so much to our presenters. Today has been such a nice, positive event. We've had a lot of struggles over this year with everything going virtual, and it's kind of a downer when you're expecting an internship out in the field or actually working with people. So we just really appreciate all of our interns being flexible and still really optimistic and positive with the work that they're doing, and just kind of powering through the struggles of 2020. So thank you so much for that. And also thank you so much to the mentors. I can imagine that going virtual could add a lot more work to your plate. And so we really appreciate you being able to also power through and provide this opportunity despite everything that's been going on. So thank you to everyone. And I'll go ahead and pass it over to Dawn if he has a few remarks.
Sure, I just have a couple of things to say. You already did the thanks. It's been kind of generally a gloomy environment for so many different reasons, but I feel like today we got a glimpse of our future, And that future is looking quite bright, in my opinion. It's something to really cheer us all up that, wow, this next generation of scientists, hopefully some of them come and stay in NOAA, and we'll see them in our futures. It's going to be a great future. We had over 100 participants at one time. So this was about 5 to 10 times more of an audience than we've ever had with our live events. So presenters, you've reached a lot of people, you've touched a lot of people. Hopefully you can network with a lot of people based on the contact information we shared in that document. See, I was thinking we're going to say goodbye, but Leon, if you can we keep the session open and leave it kind of a free-for-all if people want to unmute, share their webcams, just talk, and some of us will stick around?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, as long as people want to stick around, happy to leave it open.
Okay, and that's all I got. It's been a stressful few weeks for Ali, Leon, and I as we prepared for this event. We were really worried how it would go with 100% virtual, but it was a resounding success in my book. We had a couple of glitches, but we worked through it. Great job. Anybody want to say something? Go for it right now.
Hey, Don, it's Mike. So I just want to thank again you, Ali, and Leon for putting it on. Great presentations. Thanks to all of those who presented, and of course to the mentors who, it's a real challenge in this environment. So I think they deserve a lot of credit to kind of sticking with it and making it a worthwhile experience for all the mentors. So thank you all. Enjoyed it, and see you folks next year. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
So we'll stick around for a while if anybody feels like chatting. And I was thinking too, if we did still have all of our interns, it'd be nice to get a screenshot.
Yeah, group
everybody.
picture. I forgot about that.
I don't know if that's possible. Some of us don't have cameras or don't have good internet connection, but we could try. We could attempt it.
Might have to Photoshop this one.
Yeah.
We can test the limits of WebEx, right? This is
Exactly.
Yeah, if everyone can turn their cameras on,
music?
then we can do a virtual screenshot.
Oh, cool. There's quite a few of you still around. Perfect.
Let's do. All right.
Cool. Some people had other things going on today, so they might have not been able to stick around for the entire symposium.
So whoever wants to turn on their video, they'll be part of the group shot as long as we can fit you all on the screen.
Yeah.
All right.
This audience, whoever.
Everyone's camera shy.
Oh, we're getting some.
Point Leon, just say you're going to click it and people will know.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, I see. I can't get everyone on one page. It's sort of interesting. I don't know how to. It's okay. I'll do a multiple screenshot thing here.
Okay, let us know when you're taking it, so we're not like.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. All right, wait, one more, and then I gotta get the next batch here. Hold on. Okay, so do it again in 1, 2. Oh, sorry. Camera difficulties here. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. All right. Someone took a picture there.
I did. Then I also took, I tried to take a screenshot of everyone's presentation, but I think I might have missed a couple. There was a lot going on. So I did take some screenshots.
All right. Oh, there's one more, or one more screen. All right. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. All right. Terrific. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Leon. Thank you all so much. Great job today. Hopefully we'll get to meet each other in person one of these days.
And we'll take any feedback for the symposium. If you have constructive comments for next year, or let us know.
Yeah.
Before you all forget.
Yeah. All right. See you, Mike. Thanks for joining
Bye, Mike.
us. Bye, Dane. Bye, Tehani. Thank you.
Bye, Ellie. Bye, everyone.
Great job, Dane.
Thank you.
So I think, Ali, since you're a host, I think when you close out of it, it should give you an option to like save the chat and recording and stuff like that. So I think
Yeah, I was just
that's
scared
on
that
you.
I would end it and then lose everything. So should I go ahead and stop the recording?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it now. Ooh, it's 4 hours and 10 minutes.
So
There.
yes, it'll live in a WebEx world. And is that okay?